what we come up with at tonight's meeting?
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to have the comments in until May.
That's right.
The thing is, we won't have a full board meeting, so we can come up with some stuff tonight. We can come up with questions tonight, and maybe we'll be satisfied with what we come up with.
Yeah. I mean, somebody has to attend the scoping meeting on the 26th. So
I'm hoping a few of us will be able to.
Yeah.
Hey, related to 315 Berry, I don't know if you saw, the email with Jerry, but attendees tonight who were intending to speak were, I guess, essentially told that it's the committee shares discretion whether attendees can speak or not. And I'd just like to suggest that they absolutely be allowed to speak tonight on 315 Berry and everything else. But
sure, we will have to make sure we limit the time, but I'm always willing to allow attendees to speak. But again, they'll have to limit themselves. Hopefully, I won't have to limit them because we have 6 items and we have to come up with our own list of recommendations for the scoping meeting after the 2 trees presentation.
yeah.
So, but I think it's very important that we hear what these people have to say. Now we have 3 more people, non-board members, who have been added to the board. So I thought I'd ask them to just introduce themselves and give us a very quick idea of why they wanted to be on the committee. Jerry is going to call the roll call. I don't know if we're ready to start yet. And just a warning, I don't know why, but my computer frequently just times out or does something on this WebEx, and if I just disappear, that's what happened, and then I have to sign in again. So carry on if I'm not here, if I suddenly disappear. Maria's here, she'll carry on while I get signed in again. All right.
Hopefully you won't disappear.
It happens every time. After a certain period of time, it just says WebEx has stopped or something to that effect.
You have to promise to come back, though, Bill.
Yes, I've always managed to come back somehow. Yeah. So,
There was a letter that Kenneth from Williamsburg Houses sent to me about 45 minutes ago that I asked the board office to share with the committee, and I don't think that it's gone out. So you just have to explain it. The letter of support from the RA.
Do you think we have? Don't touch. That's fine. Do you think we have enough battery?
Oh, yeah.
That's fine. That's what we can say.
So, Jerry, are you there?
I'm here.
Can we start? Do we have
Your call.
enough people? I'm having trouble seeing how many people we have.
A lot of people.
We have a lot of people.
Yep.
Well, why don't we start? Whether we have a quorum or not, let's get started because we have a really full roster here. So, let's get started. Jerry, if you can do the roll call. And I think somebody might have to mute themselves.
Just the list there was.
Let me see, maybe me, I don't know. And then we have 3 new people if they're here. Ms.
So, you know,
Stone,
you take
um,
those few.
Mr. Kawoka? I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name properly.
Hi, Michael Kowachka. Thank you.
Kawoka. Okay, hi.
Kowachka. Close enough.
Okay. Say it again, please. Kowachka?
Kowachka.
Oh, Kowachka. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Andrews. So Jerry, could you just do the roll call?
Sure. Del T,
Here.
Maria Vieira,
I know she's here.
I'm here.
Trina McKeever,
Here,
Gina Barros, Stephen Chesler,
Here,
Erin Drinkwater,
here.
Moisha Indig, Bozina Kaminsky,
I'm here. I'm signing as Andrew Kaminsky, but
Avram Katz, Abraham Leibovitz, Sante Michelli,
I know. Yeah.
Rabbi Niederman,
Here.
Karen Nieves, Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano, Stephen Weidberg,
Here.
William Vega, Simon Weiser, Michael Andrews,
Here.
Keith Berger,
Hmm?
Corey Canton,
Here.
Michael Kowachka,
Here. Here.
Meglin Lee, Katie Naplatarski, Allison Stone,
Here.
I thought I saw Katie Neplatarski. No?
you have 13, you have a quorum.
Okay.
Karen
And I
Nieves
didn't-
is here.
Jerry, did you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, Rabbi.
Thank you.
yes.
okay, well, what about environmental protection? We need to have a roll call too.
Karen Nieves is here.
Great. What about Miss Lee? I couldn't tell whether she said yes.
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear her call.
Okay.
Meglin Lee, you here? Okay, environmental protection. Stephen Chesler.
Here.
Eric Brusitis. T. Willis Elkins.
Here.
William Klagsbold. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Here.
Janice Peterson. Bella Sable. Laura Hoffman. Kevin Costa. Daniel Grossman.
Here.
4 members present. We need 6 for a quorum.
All right, thank you, Jerry.
So how about we proceed because the application that needed the environmental committee is number 4. What do you say, Steve? You're the chairperson. Steve? I don't know. Can you hear me, Steve?
Steve, you're muted.
Steve, I think you're muted.
I think he's frozen.
I think he's frozen. Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I'm sure he'll get back, and I think it's I can't imagine that he would object to moving forward because the Williamsburg house is his first. Steve? All right, let's start with the first item on the agenda, which is the Williamsburg house. Oh, wait, no, we were going to have the three new people just say hello and just give a little, just a short statement as to why you wanted to be on the Land Use and Landmarks Committee. So why don't we start with Ms. Stone?
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name's Allison Stone. I'm a local resident here in South Williamsburg. I both run a business in the neighborhood. I'm a marketing consultant as well as have a family and a young son in the neighborhood. I've been local for 8 years now and love North Brooklyn. And I'm just thrilled to meet other neighbors and work more cohesively together to create a better and greater community for all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Andrews?
Hello, I'm Mike Andrews. I'm involved as the treasurer, or I'm sorry, the secretary of the firehouse in the neighborhood. I'm also on St. Nick's board. I have been very involved in the neighborhood in the last 5 or 6 years, certainly, if not more, working with those two organizations. And I moved here 15 years ago, right after the rezoning in 2005, and have seen this neighborhood change probably more than any other, maybe in the city ever, in that amount of time. So I'm, interested, involved, and just want to be helpful and help make a better neighborhood.
Thank you. Mr. Kovachka?
Hi, Michael Kowachka, live in Greenpoint, and yeah, I just want to give back to the community and serve on the board here.
Okay, thank you. All right, Steve, I think you're back in. Steve Chesler?
Yes, I'm back. Had a computer problem.
Okay, so if you don't mind, you don't have a quorum of your members, but I think we can get started if you don't mind. And because the item that really involves your committee is coming up as number 4. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine. And, even if we don't have a quorum, we can provide a consensus recommendation when it's
Okay.
appropriate. Yeah.
Okay, great. So Williamsburg houses, I think Trina, you'll probably take this one.
Okay, who wants to share their screen? Could they identify themselves and Jerry, can you make that happen? So,
Well, this is Brian Newman.
okay. Jerry, can Brian share his screen, please?
They do it themselves. At the bottom of their screen, they'll see a share in the middle of the screen, and it's self-serve.
Brian, can you make that happen?
Working on it right now.
Okay, there we go. That looks good.
Okay. There we go. Everyone see that okay?
Yes, yes.
Great.
So if we're good to proceed, maybe I could introduce the team members who are on the call today. So hi, everyone. My name is Matthew Rooney. I'm the CEO of MDG Design and Construction, a contractor who will be performing rehabilitation work at Williamsburg Houses, a local NYCHA site that's going through the RAD process, the Rental Assistance Demonstration process. With me, you have Brian Newman of Newman Design, who is the architect for the project. You have Frank Lang from St. Nick's Alliance, who is one of the social service providers on the project. Unfortunately, I don't believe the TA members were able to make it on the phone just from scrolling through the names. However, we did provide to Trina a letter of support that the tenant association wrote in support of the project, and just speaking to some of the outreach that we've done already. You may remember us from presenting a couple months ago, specifically on the windows. I'll let Brian speak to the scope in a second. I know there's a lot of mumbo jumbo that goes into the affordable housing vernacular that isn't always familiar. So I'll give a quick overview of the project. I'll let Frank say a couple of words and then we'll turn it over to Brian to get to the nuts and bolts. Essentially, what is happening at Williamsburg Houses is it is part of NYCHA's PACT program, Permanent Affordability Commitment Together. Part of this program is finding ways to generate funds in order to reinvest in public housing. And so effectively, Williamsburg Houses will be transitioning from Section 9 public housing to Section 8 housing. NYCHA will still be sort of overseeing the process. They will ultimately own the land as well as be a co-managing member of the partnership that is going to be working at Williamsburg Houses and developing it. And so,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, thank you.
And so what we're really looking to do is to take a combination of preserving the historic nature of the site, tie that in with real betterments for residents. This particular development has a lot of issues that need to be addressed. They have a lot of lead hazards. The apartments are just in general disrepair due to disinvestment in NYCHA over the years. And so the goal of this project is to really transform the site while preserving the historic quality of the site and also granting additional social services to residents. It's actually part of the program. Part of that is generating wraparound services for residents, case management, investing in the community centers at the site. Grand Street Settlements is also a partner with us on this project. Frank from St. Nick's can speak to a little bit about our approach to training and hiring that we'll be doing as part of our community outreach, as well as just providing support to the residents and making sure that they are a part of this process and have a voice in this process. So Frank, I don't know if you want to say a couple quick words and then we'll turn it over to Brian.
Sure. Thank you, Matt. I just, hello, everybody. I'm in an unusual situation here at the board where I'm going to be talking about us as a social service provider. We were happy that that Grand Street Settlement, which runs the community center at Williamsburg Houses, will continue to do that. And then we, St. Nick's Alliance, will be providing kind of the one-on-one case management and referral and connecting residents with issues in terms of services. Separately, our workforce development staff, which have an office at 790 Broadway, will be coming and doing two types of trainings. One will be a focused training on OSHA and trying to get people jobs readiness to be able to work at the site and other sites. And then for those that want more certifications, they will be able to be encouraged to come down to 790 and have longer and more comprehensive support. But we're very happy that we're able to continue to provide for the residents and work with the RA and MDG and Wavecrest, the partners in the RAD program.
Thanks, Frank. And so we're going to turn it over to Brian now. He's going to do two things. So previously we presented the windows, and now we are going to present the remaining portion of the scope that's under LPC's purview, which is the site plan. So Brian will go through that. I'd be happy, it seems like the agenda is pretty full today. I can provide my email in the chat if any board members or members of the community are just curious about some of the other scope of work that isn't covered under LPC's purview. We'd be happy to sort of explain some of that, whether it's about the lead or it's about just the general improvements that are happening at the site. So I'll turn it over to Brian now.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening, everyone. Brian Newman from Newman Design. And just to further what Matt was saying at a very high level, as far as overall scope, we are improving from a micro level, all the apartment interiors to all new kitchens, bathrooms, interior finishes, things of that nature within the apartments. The common area stairs will be repaired and railings will be repaired. Building apartment entrances will be replaced. On the outside of the buildings, new roof systems will be installed. Masonry will be repaired as well. security cameras, which we'll touch on in this application, will be installed as well. So there's a very large, very expansive scope, and things that you don't necessarily see, but the tenants will certainly benefit from. All new heating, all new plumbing, all new boiler systems, all new plumbing and pipes behind the walls, all that's being replaced as well. So it's a very, very comprehensive, large scope that's going to be, that encompasses this project. Specific to what we needed to present to LPC, what falls under LPC's jurisdiction, and also then gets obviously presented to this community board, would be the windows, which we presented about a month or so ago, and now the overall site improvements package. Essentially, that's what we're here today for, is the site improvements package. Those are the two large scope items that affect the exterior, that are required to be under LPC commissioner approval and CB presentation format. So today we'll discuss landscaping and more site-wide improvements. I don't want to just minimize it and call it landscaping, although landscaping is extremely important, and you see that here. It's essentially the site planning aspects of the project. For those of you who do not recall or were not able to see the previous presentation, these buildings are extremely important from a historic perspective. One of the first affordable housing complexes in the United States of America, funded by Teddy Roosevelt's New Deal as part of that aspect of it. Started as an idea in 1933 and was constructed between 1936 and 1938. Architects from around the world were brought in, and there was an architectural committee headed by very famous European architect Lescaz, and we were fortunate enough to be blessed with this architectural design, this postmodern European design here that we see today. And generally speaking, the buildings and the site remain as originally intended. There were certain improvements that were done over the years, certain changes that were done over the years, but generally speaking, the site remains how the original design architects and team had intended. Our intention is to bring it back to that original design intent as far as architectural language, amenities, experience for the tenants, while addressing today's tenants' needs. And so without further ado, I'm just going to jump right into it. You see a rendering on the left-hand side from 1933 and the aerial photo a few years ago or a year ago of the 4 city blocks. An overall quick site plan, just juxtaposition here. It's the 4 city blocks ranging from Leonard all the way to Bushwick, and on the north side, boundary by Mauser and Scholes on the bottom. It's really, I call it three and a quarter. We do have the school and the community center on the second block between Graham and Manhattan. As we did research, we've also, for this aspect of the project, brought in landscape architect Dirtworks, very familiar with historic projects, and they helped really sift through the documentation and understand the design intent of the original architect and the original planners here. It was all about, the term they used was tower in a park. The whole idea was to create not only a central park area within each block, but then these pocket parks, if you will, off to the sides. And that's sort of the shape of these T or L or lowercase H-shaped buildings. They create little pockets and little semi-private areas for the residents. You can see photos here from the late 30s, early 40s, very open in the top left, courtyards, some pavers here, generally speaking, open courtyards, some deciduous trees, and some low hedges to help differentiate or announce the park areas and separate the pathways from the landscape areas. As far as, sorry, that jumped on me. As far as pavement or hardscape, basically the pathways, which you can see, this was the historic plans, we have the existing conditions, and we have the proposed. And if you simply look in the center and then to the right, sort of the gray areas are the paths. We're really leaving the existing paths alone, except for a few areas, these sort of darker patches here, which you can see that it's now replaced with green. That was originally landscape. We're leaving the original serpentine or meandering paths and restoring areas that were originally landscaping that got pulled out and became hardscape that is really underutilized. And what we're doing here, and not only are we bringing back the original design intent, we're adding site amenities. And we've been speaking directly with the tenant association, getting tenants' feedback, and what ideas or what pieces of program should we either upgrade or add to the site. And in doing so, actually the very first one that I'm going to show you, and I will jump right past, was a dog run. Well, the dog run, the tenants have decided or have given us some input that they prefer not to have the dog run for a variety of reasons. So this particular area will be probably used as an additional adult recreation area or exercise area. But the intention here, you can see the original playground or area here was a hedge on the side, as I mentioned before, the walkway and recreation. Well, essentially, over the years, NYCHA put up these low fences and basically block people from using these spaces. So the idea is to replicate those hedges again and to open these spaces up. In this case, because of dogs, we would have need to install the fence, but as I just mentioned, the dog run is actually something that was recently discussed, and we're going to eliminate that from the project.
Just before we move on, one thing I'd like to add in is while we present all these amenities, one thing to keep in mind is we are trying to create almost a menu for residents. So that way we can say these things have been showed as acceptable to LPC, to State Historic Preservation and National Park Service. And that way we can present multiple amenity options, and then the residents can vote on which ones they'd prefer to see. Maybe one block prefers, pickleball courts or different playgrounds, and another one may prefer the dog run. So we are looking for all of these amenities to either be approved or vetoed, and that way we have a clear presentation to the residents that they can select which of these amenities they'd like to see and where.
Thank you, Matt. That I should have started that way. I apologize, but that's a much better explanation of the amenities and other opportunities that I'm showing here. So here is, for an example, one of the blocks, and in the center, as I mentioned before, is that large area. In this case, this particular block has 2 playground areas and previously had a splash pad. The idea here is to replicate or to bring those back to the original intention, to put new play equipment in. Again, the pathways are going to remain the same. It's just upgrading these areas and to basically put that that splash pad back into action. And you can see here on the left-hand side, these are some of the existing photos of some older play equipment. It's a little bit outdated. Some of the play surfaces are old. And to the right is a rendering of the same area, but a new age-appropriate, ADA-compliant, proper fall zones and soft surfaces for the children, along with some additional landscaping at the perimeter areas. And let me see if I could just move this. I don't know if you guys can see that. There we go. On the right-hand side is a key plan, which shows the 4 blocks, and the red stars are the playground areas. So 2 on top, 3 on the bottom, and an additional play surface or play area on the bottom block as well. Example of the playground equipment, it's fall zones, the soft play surface, just to give you an idea of what the material would actually be, or the equipment would actually be. So here's another block or another amenity. There's an existing basketball court there, as we see today, flanked by playgrounds on either side. You can see some of the photos of the existing court. We have an idea that will start to come up, and it's sort of a theme that comes throughout the entire project. In the late 1930s, artwork, abstract artwork was very prevalent in this particular project, to the point where it has been restored, removed, and it's now in the Brooklyn Museum of Modern Art. So what we would like to do is pay homage to that and start to incorporate that artwork throughout the site. So while we think it's important to preserve it in the museum, we also want the residents to understand what the history is of it and can experience it every day. And perhaps maybe from experiencing it on these everyday items, that will draw them to the museum to learn a little bit more about this. In fact, there is one piece that is hanging in the second floor of the community room, in the community center, excuse me, across the way. So the idea here is to leave it as a basketball court, leave the basketball lines on there in the hoops and things like that, so people can enjoy that. But from an aerial perspective, have artists paint a mural on the ground. So when you're on your fourth floor, when you're in your fourth floor apartment looking down upon it, you're looking at artwork as well. And we'll touch base more on that in a little bit later. I had mentioned adult fitness, so similar to the basketball court, or flanking over here, there's another adult fitness center or area. And you can see here, as I mentioned before, these low fences, which are sort of blocking access off to all these beautiful landscaped areas, will be removed. We'll put some of that low vegetation there, and now you can see the adult fitness area, sort of reclaiming that space for the residents to be able to use. And just a quick catalog cut of a few pieces of equipment that will probably go in there, and the play surface that works with that as well, or the soft fall zone safety surface that goes in there as well. So what's also extremely important, try to do it as many projects as we can. Fresh vegetables, fresh fruit, community gardens. So we anticipate providing community gardens or areas for community gardens, working with the residents. They'll have a program. They are already starting to talk about how they can organize that. But creating areas that are separated, designated specifically for vegetables, fruits, and growing foods directly on site. And you can see a few renderings here. Here are the existing photos on the left-hand side. And here on the right, you can see the planter beds and individuals, representing individuals planting there. And again, the key plan on the right-hand side, a star, red star on the top, red star on the bottom. Again, depending on the input, there might be more than 2 of these. Additionally, I talked about sort of pocket parks, if you will, or areas that were sort of outside the main central garden area. That's what this blow up is showing, and showing the entrance of the building. Excuse me? I'll continue. At the entrance of the building, over time, there's sort of these pie shape, moon shape, crescent shape, if you will, areas around the entrances. It appears over time those landscape beds were removed, pavers were put in here, and it really hardened up the building entrances. We're trying to soften them up and bring them back to that more inviting architecture and language when you walk to the entrances. So those planting beds will be reestablished. Get the site furnishings now. Throughout the site, or the original intention of the site, there were certainly seating areas throughout the site, looking out onto these garden areas and open space areas. Over time, they've sort of been reconfigured. These blue benches inside there, and the benches are lacking tables and things of that nature. So we're going to put back more period correct site furnishings and probably some tables with chess and checker areas for the residents to really enjoy and experience the exterior and the outdoors here. Similarly, trash cans will be improved upon, as you can see in the center photo, bike racks as well. Security cameras will be added to the exterior of the buildings. They'll be mounted low, and the colors will be the color of the camera will match the masonry. Additionally, lighting will be improved upon. The red indicates the existing light pole locations. Over time, there's been a lot of changes to the light poles. We'd like to improve upon the light and the aesthetic of that. To the right, you can see a picture around 1938. This sort of globe light fixture, this postmodern fixture. To the bottom left is this current fixture. We're proposing something along the lines of the pictures you see on the left. Ideally, we'd love to go with the top left photo, but that would not be dark sky compliant, and there are a lot of energy efficiencies, environmental concerns we need to take into consideration. So this globe or this luminaire, this round piece, would have been almost ideal to match. Instead, we would just eliminate that, so the metal, if you will come very close to matching that original fixture from 1938. Sorry, I jumped there. Top left corner, you could see we were able to find some details on the historic plans on how pavers, these cobblestones, these gray granite cobblestones were originally used. So to the left, there's a flagpole. You can see on the right-hand side, the red star gives you that indication. It's sort of painted right now, painted asphalt, red, white, and blue with a flagpole in there. We want to make it more monumental, more period correct. And what we'll be doing there is putting those cobblestones or restoring those cobblestones back in here, putting some perimeter landscaping again, and putting a new flagpole. One thing that's an item of concern for the residents is trash pickup, trash locations. This is the existing dumpster enclosure, which you can see on the black star in the center over here. What we will be doing, we are working directly with NYCHA and DSNY and Landmarks to improve upon these. DSNY will be collecting, and we are increasing the capacity and creating 2 locations for these bulk crushers, not just dumpsters, but bulk crushers as well as compactors. So not open dumpsters. By doing so, we feel the rodent population will significantly be decreased because open garbage will not be stored either in the buildings or out in open area like this. So here's the location. This is the existing location. It's going to be improved upon, widened for the proper equipment. And here's the other location directly off of Mauser Street. So 2 locations instead of just the one current one. What we will be doing, you'll see a rendering in a moment. As I mentioned, the public art and the historic murals. These are historic murals that I mentioned earlier. We will be creating art parks throughout. So some of those green spaces will also have artwork. And the majority of retaining walls that you see here, these sort of blank concrete walls that are around the site today, will be incorporating these art murals as well. And you can see there's quite a few. We anticipate about a dozen of these locations, and you can see those red stars throughout. And those stars are just indicating the retaining walls, or those concrete walls. But in addition, we have the sculptures that I was just showing, and those trash enclosures. Those 3 walls on those trash enclosures will also be used for locations for art murals as well. So you'll no longer be looking at those steel fencing. And now we touch upon the landscaping itself. I'll just quickly go. Originally, essentially, It was all open area. We didn't have the low fences. Today is the center photo as you see it today. All those red lines are those low fences, which really sort of hold things down and really negate the openness and detract from the original design intent. And to the right, just probably maybe one or two areas that may warrant fencing. For instance, in this case, it was the community gardens, just to keep it organized. And we had the dog park, as I mentioned before, indicated over here, which is probably not going to happen there. So just heavily landscaping and improving upon all the areas. That's what you start to see here. Ground cover. You can start to see in this photo, and I don't recall if we have another one, there are a lot of very old trees from the 1930s when they were originally planted. They're completely overgrown, and they're literally hanging on top of the buildings, on top of the roofs, and creating maintenance issues for the roofs, for the masonry. All the trees will be pruned appropriately. Some will be removed as we get into the process. The arborist will come onto site and be very specific how we carefully prune these trees to allow natural light to come down in, help allow newer trees to be planted and to grow underneath those canopies, as well as let these original trees flourish when appropriate. If they're overgrown, they will need to be removed. Oh, and here's the dumpster enclosure that I mentioned before. It looks like it might have just gotten out of order there. But to the left is that existing sort of steel wall on the dumpster enclosure. To the right is our intention. We're going to use those as murals as well. Here are some of those pocket parks, as I mentioned before, when the buildings sort of carve in and out, creating these nice little spaces that are completely underutilized. They're blocked off right now by those low fences, and they're not landscaped. So creating just places of meditation and privacy, semi-private, where families can go and sit and enjoy those areas. So I know you have a very large agenda tonight. That is about as fast as I can go through 43 slides on a 4-acre, on a 4-block site. But that concludes my presentation. I'm certainly open to any questions that the board members may have.
I've got, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And just really quickly, our goal today is for the subcommittee to issue a recommendation to the full board to issue a letter to LPC with recommendations based on this presentation, whether approving, denying, or issuing acceptance with recommendations.
Okay, I've got two. First of all, it's fabulous. It's really great what you're doing and bringing it back to the original intention, which was so thoughtful and so much a part of the project. It seems that the planting and the park-like aspect of it was very tied into the siting of the buildings and the buildings themselves. My two questions first one has to do with the hardscape. You talked about the pavers that are around the flagpole. What are the pathways? What were the original pathways made of? What are they made of now? And are you changing the pathways themselves?
So the pathways are asphalt, and the intention is not to change the pathways. We're simply going to repair any trip hazards and things of that nature at this point. We do not, generally speaking, we're not replacing all the pathways. The hardscape that is getting modified was over by the building entrances that have pavers were added to those sort of semicircular shapes. I don't know if you recall that, and we're going to be removing that to put the landscaping in. But the general pathways are going to remain as is, except for obviously tripping hazards or puddle hazards or something, flood areas or some of the poor drainage areas. So
the pavers that you're adding are only around the flagpole, what you had shown. And originally, were there pavers? Is that what the pathways were?
They were not all. Let me see if I can find that slide. They were not all pavers. You can see they're kind of concrete. And it was just accents. This top left helps. There's just some accents of pavers. And that's where we got that idea. And we found that detail. which looked like it might have been around a tree at one point. So we're sort of repurposing the idea of putting the pavers around the tree to use it around the flagpole, just to sort of tie that detail in.
Okay. And then my other question has to do with the public art. You said, Brian, that you guys were curating it. Will it be an ongoing public art program? Will it change from time to time? And who are the deciders? And will it be local artists that will be more considered than, I know that that's not LPC, but I'm just wondering.
So I think our intention is to have it open and changing, and we would be working with the tenant association. There's also some non-for-profits that we've worked with in the past for local artists that we would anticipate coming and taking part of this project. We think there's a lot of opportunities. There's a few different actually non-for-profits that have expressed interest in being involved in this. It has a lot of opportunity. So we'd obviously need to put them in touch with management and the tenant association to make sure it's an ongoing and inclusive process.
Okay. Do other committee members have questions? These are my two.
Yes, Trina.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Steve, you want to go first, then Sante?
Okay, thanks, Trina. Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First, regarding the benches. They seem like a pretty far move away from the original design. I know what's there now is, not so great. So I'm just wondering, could have gotten something closer in design to the original. And then regarding the murals, I really dig the murals. Just wondering if they're a material that could be spray washed, because, the graffiti situation with walls is, it's just off the charts right now. And then the third thing is, last thing is the trees. Kind of shocked and alarmed at the idea of full-grown, shade trees being removed because they're quote unquote overgrown. I'm somebody who works a lot in parks, and one of the problems with the parks is that there's no shade. And in 85-degree summer days, people are dying for shade. And then there's just the climate factor, the nature factor, the idea of removing trees that are decades and decades old. And I wonder if that's even legal, that to remove healthy trees. So that's that. Thank you.
So thank you. So benches, you're absolutely correct. And that was a very recent comment from LPC. They asked us to swap out those benches for something more period correct. And we're in the process of locating something more postmodern, a little less flair, if you will, on them, and something that relates to the original design intent and architecture as well. So we're on the same page as you on that. As far as the murals and the actual paint, we'll have to work with the artists and find out. I only know of anti-graffiti coatings for masonry that help, allow you to sort of remove it afterwards. So we'd have to work with the artist and find out, maybe do some test trials to see if it doesn't ruin their artwork, but certainly open to that. As far as the trees, I may have overstated because we're not, the intention is to make sure that we have shade areas, and we're not just blanketly removing trees that are literally hanging on to the building, that are overgrown in some of these little entrance pocket areas, will possibly be removed. Nothing will be removed without the arborist, without an arborist and the landscape architect speaking very closely together, and then having the residents' input also, so everyone's aware of what we're doing here. I for one love old trees. I think it's beautiful. They just need to be maintained, and they need to be cleaned up, and we need to lighten them, if you will, to allow for the natural light to come down below, and allow the other sort of secondary and tertiary levels to grow as well.
Sante?
Yes. Hi, Brian. Sante here. Well, very fast. I was happy to see that the first picture was about window and the window were fully open 90 degree. You know, it's unrelated, but I wish we would have seen the rendering before. But going back, same comment, I believe Steve Chesler upon all the things I was definitely, you know, interested in saying something. I was wondering the same issue about the trees. Let me see some note. I saw a lot of flowers in your rendering, so I was wondering, that's great, have that, but are you planning in looking at kind of native planting, native flower? Because I don't know how much you'll be able to do maintenance. So it's nice to see the rendering, but looking at, you know, things that could really be sustainable in a long terms. Definitely comment about murals. Definitely are going to be covered by graffiti. That's 100% for sure. So maybe thinking of giving opportunity to have actual, maybe contemporary murals there. I know maybe historically not correct, but that may open the door to actually to have those murals more respected. Something I would explore if the community will feel open to that. And again, benches, for sure, you have to focus on a more modern design. Those are definitely more like Victorian type of bench, even if they're a little more modernized in a way. But I know you already had response to that. Yeah, beyond that, yeah, again, the tree is very important. Actually, a question about the tree, even when if you remove a tree, and you were mentioning to plant a new tree, how old will it be, the tree? Because this is a very recurrent issue. You know, tree are cut, tree are removed, different species decides to be planted, but then we put down like a 1-year tree, which will take 15 years to grow. So when is the case that you have to replant a tree? Will you plant a tree grown enough to provide all and perform equally like the older tree, you know? So those things to be more specific. Yeah, I saw the specific of the vegetation. Okay, that's great.
Yeah, just to comment on the vegetation there, what the landscape architects were able to uncover, and obviously this is their expertise, as they went through the original plantings, they realized, and it sort of was the trend in the 30s and early 40s, to bring in these sort of quote unquote exotic species from Europe at the time. So while they planted a lot of those species at that time, they never really took or became invasive in North America, in our case, the Northeast. They just weren't the right type of species to plant. So very cautiously, you know, that's why we took the time and the effort to bring in an expert, Dirtworks, as I mentioned before, the licensed landscape architect firm, who not only obviously does the historic aspects of it, but they know the vegetation, they know the right plants. And I just wanted to quickly bring this up to you. You know, these are the species of the vegetation, the plants, and so forth that they're specifying, so we know they're native and they will survive here.
Trina, I have something. Dell here.
Okay, Dell, and then I know Willis had a question and Katie had a question. So Dell, do you
Okay.
want to say something?
Just with respect to the trees and the murals, I would hope that you could have a specific plan for getting the opinions of the tenants. I think you'll find that tenants will have definite opinions on what shade is really important to them and which trees are important. And I think their opinions should be at least taken into consideration. And with the murals, if you could have the tenants involved in choosing the artwork, you may have a better chance at the community feeling that they have ownership and pride in the artwork. That's all I have to say.
Yep.
No, I definitely agree with that, and that's something we're really taking to heart here and working with the residents to come up with what they want to see at those mural areas. As far as the trees go, I don't want to throw the residents of Williamsburg houses under the bus, but the trees were actually something that was first brought to our attention by residents, that the site is too overcast from the trees. and they wanted more light to come through. And so we are trying to find a way that's a happy middle ground between keeping these beautiful trees that have grown since the site, was initially developed, coming up with ways to remove the branches overhanging the roofs that are causing leaks in the apartments, and making sure that the residents have sufficient light coming through, which we're also actually working to put in better lighting, site lighting at the site. Because it was initially brought to us as a safety concern, believe it or not.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Willis?
Just real quick, my question is about if you guys have looked at ways to collect stormwater on site from all the paved areas, green infrastructure, rain gardens. It should be a real priority for when you're redoing landscaping to prevent combined sewer overflow and capture stormwater on site.
So thank you for bringing that up. Yes, so we're heavily landscaped here, as I mentioned before, so that absolutely gives us opportunities to do rain gardens. That's sort of our next stage of design development, I call it, when we get into the working drawings with the landscape architect. But absolutely, it's absolutely important here. So we can make sure we incorporate rain gardens, or
especially with
going
the
to be, but
Katie, do you have? Katie Nabeltarski?
Yes, thanks. I echo what everybody says about the trees, and that a lot of tenants be surveyed to see what they think about that. I love the historic murals. Maybe some could be given a chance, and there can be a mix of the historic and new. And then something which hasn't been brought up, the lights. What color will the light be that comes from the lights? These days, the bright white light is popular. Of course, that wasn't what it was originally, and it's not something that's spoken about much, but I think that the cool blue light I find personally not appealing. So if you have a choice, then maybe that's something to decide one way or the other about.
Had that been discussed, Brian?
no, we haven't gotten to the temperature of the luminaire yet. But that's certainly good input to discuss that.
And I know that there was a comment in the chat about composting. I know some of these things are out of the scope of LTC. And so when we come up with our resolution, we'll stick to what they want. That's good input, you guys.
Absolutely.
Is there a thought to do composting on the premises somewhere? Have a composting program?
So historically, in our other community gardens that we've developed on NYCHA sites, we have not had the opportunity to composting. I think a lot of it comes to what sort of technical assistance we can get for the garden. At our Ocean Bay site, there was a local community garden next door that did have a composting program, and that sort of took care of that aspect. But it would be definitely something that we'd be open to. If anyone has any recommendations for local sort of urban gardening not-for-profits that might be interested in doing technical assistance with the residents, I think composting would be one of those things. If we had the technical assistance for it to assist residents, it would definitely be something we'd be interested in.
There is a North Brooklyn composting group, so we can put them in touch with you.
Great.
Do any other committee members, people there have questions?
I think we should really move on, Trina. Someone did just point out on the chat that it's 7:30 and we're still on the first item. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I have one question before you do. I'm sorry. Did the tenant association and the residents of the development approve your plans?
So we sort of have to do things in a bit of a different order because we need to present something to residents that they can actually, something that's actually achievable. And so what we've presented to residents in the recent meetings has been that we are going to approach CB1, LPC, State Historic Preservation and National Parks with this sort of menu of items, and then we will be polling them amongst residents to confirm which are the top priorities. And then that will dictate the final site plan, but we want to make sure that all of these elements that we are proposing are things we can say to a resident, if you select this, we can actually move forward with it. And we actually do have a third party resident liaison or independent tenant advisor, Urbane Development, who is not part of the development team, but is strictly acting as someone who represents the residents. They were selected by the TA. They are paid for from the development, but fully selected by the TA, interviewed and sort of without input from the development team. And so they will actually be facilitating that process to get resident feedback on the scope and advocate for what residents want to see in the scope or things that they might not want to see in the scope, such as the dog run.
Okay, so
Thank you.
so if people don't have, knowing that we have to move on, and if no one else has anything that they want to chime in quickly with, I think we should come up with a resolution approving the proposed plan with a recommendation that they find look into a more period correct design for the benches, and also that they, concerning the public art, that they definitely make use of a tenant committee and also look into potential graffiti removal for the murals, and most importantly, the trees, that they work with arborists and really work with the tenants too before they undertake any taking down of full-grown shade trees.
I make a motion to adopt your resolution, your recommendation.
Can anyone second it?
I second.
Okay. Do we need a roll call vote, or can we just, can anyone who has, can we start with the no's and anyone with a no can chime in? Anyone that, and all in favor then?
Aye.
Aye and raise.
Aye.
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 So can we call this unanimous?
This is the last chance for anyone to say no or you abstain. Okay.
Great.
Thank you. All right. So we'll move on. Before we move on to the next item, I just want to mention that we are very privileged to have Richard Barrett from the Borough President's office here this evening. So welcome, Richard, and thank you for being here. All right, the next item is 114 Kingsland Avenue, and there's a presentation on this application.
Hi, Elise Holadair from Eric Palatnik PC. I have trouble sharing on WebEx, so Haley, the architect, would like to share the presentation.
Hi, everybody. I'm Haley Paget with J. Frankel Associates. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
Thank you, Haley. Also with us tonight is Barbara Cohen, who did the economic analysis, because last time there was a few questions on that, so we had her come to this presentation. So whenever you're ready, I can begin.
Please begin.
This is an application for a use variance filed pursuant to 7221 of the zoning resolution. It's in an M11 zoning district to permit the development of a 4-story, 45 tall, 5,210 square foot residential use building on the premises. You can see it. This building, we're stuck in this situation because you can see the R6B is right next to it. And the R6B was part of the 2009 Greenport-Williamsburg rezoning. And on the other side of it is an IBZ. So on this same street is an R6B, and that's what we try to reflect, because this street has historically, for over 100 years, been residential. But we were exactly on the cutoff. So you can see this is a tiny little site. It's 25 feet, and then it's irregular. So parts of it are 98 feet, and parts of it go up to 93 feet. So this is the radius map. So you can see that this was historically residential. I don't know if I have said we're looking to build 8 units here that match a lot of the buildings across the street. It's in between 2 residential sites. You can see that on the map. And there's 1 or 2 commercial buildings on this block, but it's mostly residential.
What kind of commerce? What are the commercial buildings?
The commercial buildings, there's a bodega on the street. There's a real estate office on the street. And a few. You can see, yeah, here is a cleaners. So small types of commercial uses that go with residential use that people in a residence would need, like cleaners, a small office, a bodega. And that's the site. Go back, Haley, sorry.
To the map or to the Google?
To where that picture was, that was good because it showed, but you can see in a lot, it's in between 2 small residences. So this has been sitting like this. In 1965, approximately, the residential building that was on it burned down. And then it was used as just a trucking site. And it's been sitting like this as a trucking site since 1965 in between these 2 residences.
And how tall do you want to make your building?
4 stories, 45 feet tall, which is comparable to the building across the street, which we have a nice bulk drawing. So that building, it's comparable to that building. And then go to the bulk. Sorry, these are photographs. So it's comparable to the building across the street, which is in an R6B. So that's what we look to make it comparable to. Okay. So next, these are the plans. It would have 8 units. And I think I would like to tell, based on comments from last time we met, I would like to talk about what we looked to do before we decided on this. So we first just looked and said, can we build commercial or manufacturing space? And there's a lot of reasons we couldn't do that. One is it's a really, really narrow street and it's on the cross. So you can go back. So it would not provide enough room for any loading or deliveries. And the office space, it allows 1.0 FAR, and it would be in between 2 residences. So I don't think either of those residences would really appreciate having deliveries or an office space or something like that. We wanted something historical and comparable, but also it would have to be a 1.0 commercial space, which we did an economic study, which we can talk more about if necessary, but it wouldn't work economically for us either. This was the best option for us economically, and that's why we proposed it. And then we can't go back to what we had before without asking you for a variance anyway. We need to have a use variance because the site's been vacant with no build on it since 1965. So we were really in a tight position here because of the size of the lot and its historical use and the fact that we're on such a narrow street on a cross.
Right, and to piggyback off of what Elise was saying, from a design perspective, we're between 2 buildings that are existing residential, and on that, for our street wall condition, we paid homage to, finding a midway point to connect the street better. And with that, there's a lot of discussion of, in our last meeting, like what is the street presence and what does that become? And so we would set back about 6 feet. And in order to do that, we're taking, valuable space from the front. But what we'd also do with that is try to plant something with some local fauna or flora that would actually work in the area, grasses, something low maintenance, but also something that creates a buffer between our building and the sidewalk. If we want to talk a little bit, Elise, do you mind if I go ahead and talk a little bit more about the design?
No, go. I think the design is probably, we look to do something that fit the neighborhood. So explain away, have a good time.
So yeah, eight units, like we said, and 4 floors. Majority of them are going to be 1 bedrooms. I think that we've all learned that having a room to close off, especially during these WebEx meetings and Zoom meetings, is very important. And one of the other units that we have would be a studio, but it would have an accessory cellar space. So there's a way to escape. A big thing about Greenpoint, I used to live in Long Island City and would bike back and forth all the time. It's is about the bike parking. So with quality housing, of course, we have our requirements, but we wanted to make sure that it was something on the ground floor, easily accessible for the residents. And, you know, we can kind of go off a theme, interior decor of bicycles. And then some of the units, I mean, they're pretty typical. We don't have to do an elevator because of our height and with this small site and lot coverage, but you know, storage is important. We've added storage and washer dryers, something that has come up a lot in the designs as of late, are trying to avoid shared spaces when they're not needed. And so having a washer dryer stack in each unit would be really important to this. And some of the units have an outdoor connection, so some type of balcony that would connect them to the outdoors. I think that our apartments and condos have become very important to all of us. Let's also make it very clear that we're doing apartments. These are not going to be condominiums. And then other than that, our facade, we have just, you know, kind of started to dabble in. We'd probably keep it brick clad, maybe with some metal accents and balconies, some type of nice coverage from the elements for that entryway. But yeah, that's the design. We want to keep it clean and concise. And if there's any questions, please let us know.
Yes, are you certified yet? Are you on the clock yet?
This is not a ULURP, so we're not certified. And also, in addition to that, we're not on the BSA calendar. It's a BSA application.
So but do you need us to vote this evening?
We do not need you to vote this evening. If there's any recommendations that your board sees would be fitting, we can come back and meet again if necessary.
But you will ultimately need a recommendation from us, or you would like a
Yes.
recommendation.
Yeah, the board of, if you want to say anything to the Board of Standards and Appeals about what you're looking to see there, we definitely need a recommendation from you. That is something the Board of Standards and Appeals looks to see from the community.
Anybody have any questions or comments?
Yes, Del?
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, so my general feeling is, you know, most of the buildings or properties nearby are residential. And so, you know, why shouldn't this owner be deprived of, you know, creating residential there? But I saw Willis's comment about, you know, the size of the building. Yes, across the street, there are 4-story buildings, but next, you know, on either side of it, it's much shorter. And so I guess I'm, you know, favorable to the idea of creating residential units, but I worry about the gentrification factor of introducing market rate housing in this area. So I feel, you know, I think the question was posed to you before, but posed to you again about the owner including, you know, a couple of units of affordable housing in his project.
Sorry, you faded out a little for me. Can you repeat the question? The owner, I lost you a little bit after that.
Sure. Yeah, just I'm worried about the gentrification factor. Though I'm in favor of the idea of, you know, residential here. Love to see a couple of units of affordable housing included in the building.
And I guess for us, the issue with that is because this building is so small, we had to do a financial analysis, and we had the financial consultant with us, and we didn't really make any return on the investment. It wasn't worth it at all unless we provided a few units. And doing residential, this isn't like a ULURP application with MIH, it's just really small. So financially, it's just very difficult for us.
Is the inclusionary housing available as an option?
No, because this isn't a ULURP. This is a variance, so it's much, much, much smaller on a much, much smaller scale. We could potentially look at doing different kinds of units here if the board would want, but financially, this is going to be a small building, and we look to do what we could do and break even pretty much.
I understand, but it's just, you know, injecting, you know, market rate units into, you know, kind of the edge of beyond the rezoned area. You know, just that's troubling. And you know, I know this isn't ULURP, but I know I live across the street from a couple of buildings that, you know, one is 6 stories, the others 8 because they had inclusionary housing. They included, I think, 2 or 3 units of affordable housing. So I know this is, not ULURP, but if there is a way to, to work those in there, I would, feel better about the,
Understood. And sorry,
I just
Barbara.
thought, can I just add that there is a fairly big range of affordability. You wouldn't necessarily have to have it, since it's such a small building, you wouldn't necessarily have to have, the lowest and the lowest level of affordability.
Barbara, are you here? Sorry, something.
I would say something
Yes.
too.
Could you speak to your study at all about?
My hand is raised.
Someone had a question, but no? Okay.
Yes? Sante, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, no, I have, sorry, my camera is back on. I was having some problem. Now, one question. Is this a new owner of this lot, or this is somebody on the space for a long time?
So this lot was purchased in 2018, and the owner looked at a bunch of different things they could do, and they looked at what would be the best for this. And this has a historical use of residential, so that was determined to be the best use. But the owner looked through all the, as I tried to explain before, the manufacturing, you can't really use this as a manufacturing commercial. It wouldn't really make sense either here. It would be too small. They can't really have deliveries. So a lot of different factors were taken into account, and this is what the owner felt would be the best, looking at all the different variables in this slot. So yes, it was purchased in 2018, and we come to your board asking for recommendations.
If I had to be honest, I personally feel if somebody purchased a lot in 2018, it wasn't long ago, so it could have been purchased in the assumption asking for a variance. I always fear the precedent of things happening, and I know we're making reference across the street, but it could be many other similar lot would want to do the same. Both existing residential building may decide to become bigger and add other 2 stories on top, or warehouses, which it seems they are not important, but I always have been advocating for this type of smaller industrial spaces, which are important for a smaller scale of manufacturing, maybe many time craftsmen, maybe many time woodworker shops, or small metalworker or artists themselves. So really, and I mentioned at our public meeting, I believe still there is a potential amount of revenue that is possible to make, both as a small 1-story warehouse, also as a even as a parking lot. I believe Willis Elkins made the comment before.
Well,
It's just a matter. It's just a matter. I believe we want to look at it in a more if we can make a speculation, or if we can still produce a revenue. I believe this space can still produce a revenue. The actual zoning. And
it has been a parking lot since 1965, but on a historical residential block, it's not great for two residences to live with a trucking lot in between them. It just
yeah, but with an artist using the space as his sculpture studio, which is very difficult today for the community of artists to find space where it's possible to make certain kind of production, offer smaller, very part of the community craftsmen that may need space to that scale. That's all. That's my comment.
Understood.
And I think that the issue is that putting this in context to what this board sees so frequently is developers or owners who buy a lot that has one zoning with an intention to use it as another zoning. So I think what you're hitting on is kind of a sore spot more generally than this specific site.
Yeah, and I would like to say that the board can and has in other, we've had a lot of historic M1 residential, tiny little lots around the city. It happens all the time. And in a situation like this, I would say that the board can make very specific recommendations and say their feelings towards making sure that M uses don't go anywhere, however they feel about it, and really make this a very specific recommendation, because I understand that you don't want M districts to go away, or you don't want to just tell people they can build whatever they want. But to write, just whatever you say, I would say that you should focus that in your recommendation and just really let the Board of Standards and Appeals know. And this project can be very focused as opposed to just allowing precedence for anything to happen.
Well, let me just interject here that I think what Corey and Sante are hitting on is that I think the concept comes up over and over again that no one put a gun to the purchaser's head to pay the speculative price that they paid, assuming they're going to get a variance. And that's something that we've been living with and dealing with. And the other, your suggestion that we can make it focused, well, that's what every developer says to us. Everyone comes and says, well, just make it for this site. Just, give us the variance. So this is a very real struggle, and we keep asking, well, what is the real benefit to the community if you won't even agree to some kind of limit on the rent that you would charge in, a small number of the units.
Okay. And Barbara,
yeah,
can you add anything about what we did in the economic analysis? Because
yeah, I was going to jump in anyway. So the Board of Standards and Appeals is very cognizant of the fact of developers who buy and may have overpaid, and now they're seeking a variance to offset that decision. The board has very specific criteria in terms of one, how the financials are done, but and go through a pretty rigorous process of determining exactly sort of how much is enough to make the developer whole. And they say it very often that they're not there to make anyone rich, but just to be able to offset the challenge that the site itself, and it's always about what is it about the site that creates a challenge to producing an as of right scenario. And I would point out that the as of right, which is the commercial building scenario, yes, it reflects the site. It's very small, et cetera. And the assumptions for the rent is actually at the high end, and it's not really warehouse rents. It's more towards what would be office type of use rents. And then you have to balance that with, of course, the cost of new construction of producing the product, and then evaluating what do you get, and what type of prospective tenant can find it useful. And all of those factors go into the analysis, and you're either able to come out with a small profit, or it comes out as a loss, and the loss is really reflecting the challenge of the development of the site. The residential, the proposed plan, whatever that is, in this case it's residential, is the balance again between producing it, what it provides you with in terms of a unit mix, what is the rent assumptions, of which all, by the way, both the value of the site, all the rental assumptions are all based on recent sales and comparables in the area. So it's not just sort of making it up, and which are also viewed very carefully by the board. And then it's a matter of, is that representing again just enough to offset the hardship that's inherent and reflected in this narrow, small site, yes, between two residential uses. And the truth is that if the fact that it's remained undeveloped for such a long time tells you a little bit about if there's a market for something, someone would have done it, you know? So, I mean, basically, you know, we, certainly my report and all the submissions do, you know, fall within the framework of how the BSA evaluates what the hardship is, and then what is the relief that is enough. So very often, yes, people propose, you know, projects that are a little too aggressive, and very quickly in their analysis of the costs, the rents, the cap rates, all those different factors, streetscape and character and lots of other things, and the board will very clearly say, this is not the minimum variance necessary. It's too much. Go back and adjust this, that, or the other thing. So they do, you know, keep an eye out for what is appropriate and what is the level of relief that is warranted, which again relates all the way back to the site itself and what is its challenge to development.
And Dell, if I may say something?
Yes, please.
Again, you know, I echo what Sante and Courtney and, you know, Della is saying is, again, when the, you know, when the purchaser had, you know, purchased the property, they knew that it was M land. I'm understanding, you know, the grandfathered, you know, hardship, but I would like to know what exactly, when you did the economic, you know, analysis between doing even a commercial building, and I'm not even, you know, I'm not even saying, you know, light manufacturing, but the commercial building versus the residential. Because again, like Sante said, there's still, you know, there's a big demand for smaller spaces now. And someone had mentioned about, you know, even getting deliveries, and what about the business that's on the corner of Beale who has, you know, tractor trailers and gets their deliveries? How are they doing it every single, you know, day? So I don't think that's, you know, a good enough excuse. So I'm just curious as to what is the economic analysis comparable from residential to, you know, the commercial aspect of it. And 3, I also want to know, you know, again, you're asking for the variance. You know, you knew that this was M land, and what is actually the community benefit. And we, you know, you should look at least providing affordable housing, or, you know, low income. So I want to point that out if the variance goes through.
Did you have any response to the Karen's question about the economic analysis?
I'm assuming you all have the full report, but I will say in terms of the pricing of the site, the applicant paid what was the market for M1 sites, and those comparables are in the report, and that's what the site value is based on. So that's one cost, right? This is in terms of how the financials are done. So you have to buy the site. That's one cost. The next cost is building it, and the brick and mortar that the commercial building results in. It is what it is. I mean, it is what building the one-story building costs. So those are sort of the heavy cost side, and then you have to sort of say, so what is the rent in the area for commercial space. And again, lease comparables are shown in the report. They're, I think if I'm not mistaken, they're, I think $28 is used, which is pretty high end. And that was when the report was done. But, and so what it really, it says, look, it's a small site. You can only get what you can get, $28 if you can really get it, times the 2,500 square foot building. The question is, who has the ability to pay it? And is it enough to offset the costs? And the answer is no. The costs are too much for the potential rent. As far as the residential, I mean, they're small units, they're 1 bedrooms. The rents will reflect what area rents are. Again, lease in the report, lease comparables of similar units were used as a basis. And so again, you gotta pay for the site and build the building and then have enough rent to make it work. And just to make it work. It's not excessive in any way. So I mean, that's really the way the BSA evaluates this thing, and and does the match between is there a hardship, what is it, and does the proposed plan offset that hardship,
Yeah, and just to answer, I'm like reading questions as they come up on the side. Someone just said, is there anything to prevent the applicant from flipping this site if the variance is granted? Whatever is granted by the BSA, whatever on the plans, once a BSA site, always a BSA site. Has to build exactly what's on the plans. And that's it. And if you need to change anything, then you'd have to go back to the BSA and get that approved. And we'd have to come in front of your board again.
And I do want to bring up.
I just wanted to know, I wanted to know if Willis Elkins, if you wanted to say anything, because I noticed you had
Sure.
something in the chat.
I think so. Well, I mean, just to that last point, just because it has to be an 8-unit building doesn't prevent the applicant from reselling the property at significant profit. And I just feel like, in the past few years, we've had so much of this where, the communities, these sites are being used to turn profit for people that are buying these sites. And if someone, goes through the trouble of seeking a variance and turning it from an M zone to residential, market rate residential, what does the community get out of that? And the answer is really nothing compared to what the developer is getting out of it. So I feel like we're going round and round talking the same thing, but in short, I personally feel strongly that community is being used here for the profit of someone who bought this property 2 years ago.
So what would your recommendation be, Willis, if you have one?
That we should recommend use of the site as is.
So as the architect and very far away from the financials in this situation, I appreciate everything everyone is saying, but I have no idea what they purchased it for. I know nothing of this, but we did explore what a 25 by 100 foot deep manufacturing lot would look like, or a commercial space. And in this market where small spaces are not, we need to open up spaces. We need to all have some breathing room. We probably need to compartmentalize just in case this happens to us again. So this being a manufacturing site, and I know that someone brought up what Beater is. I brought up Beater just so everyone can see. This is a one-way street, and Beater's loading, which is already, as you can see, people are piling up on the sidewalk in order to accommodate. That cannot happen on Kingsland Avenue because it's a two-way street, and it's going to be feeding, this is the mouth of another road intersecting it. So there are limitations, and we understand that our client didn't figure all of that into, you know, his purchase of it. But at the end of the day, if we don't build something for infill this site, it's going to stay as is. And, you know, I am a Long Island City person, and I love Greenpoint, and I drive by, and if we don't have eyes on the street in our community, then we're really missing out on an opportunity for safety. So that's my piece, and I hear everything everyone is saying, but take the developer out of the picture, and let's think about what's best for the community.
Del, I have a question. It was
Yes.
residential at one. It was residential at one point, correct? For how many years was it residential?
It was residential probably so it was been there over 100 years. It was probably 60, 70 years.
Okay. I feel that, just speaking in terms of opinion of recommendation, that there needs to be some kind of compromise. Something is being asked for and something should be given. So should be partly affordable, or somebody put in a question here, can it be commercial and residential? So that there should be some compromise. So ground floor commercial and residential over. Or like manufacturing first floor, that there should be some give and take here.
And I think we would be more than happy to go back to the you know, the developer, the client, and go ask for whatever, like for instance, the commercial bottom or something like that, and see if it's possible, and do an analysis and come back and present to you if that's something your board would appreciate.
So we have a choice here, it seems to me, of coming up with a recommendation tonight or having them come back and giving them time to speak to their client.
Can I make a last re-emphasizing what?
But let's make it quick, okay? Because we have so many more things tonight.
Absolutely. I want to say that I know that we can get trapped into this idea. There is nothing affordable, 1 unit more, that can really replace the loss of those small industrial sites. I don't know, I'm going to be without breath, and I don't know how many times I'm going to say, there is nothing that can replace the loss of this industrial site, which are very important for entrepreneurial small business. And we can get into this trap. We are repeating ourselves. It's kind of boring at this point. It's just a speculative idea. How fast you want to get your money. You can make money, and there is people in our board, they are real estate experts. They know very well. You can make money anyway with any type of zoning. So let's stop talking about this to justify. We decide how fast they want to make money. They want to make money in 5 years. It's not going to happen. Can you make revenue for the next 20, 30 years? Yes, you can. That's all.
So one thing I will mention is that we've had the last few committee meetings we've had have been focused very much on the importance of maintaining our manufacturing districts and protecting our industry and our manufacturing, including just small manufacturers, small industry. So it seems to me we have a choice of saying, no, we don't want to give up any more manufacturing sites. We want to keep that, or do we consider some kind of a compromise here? And I think that we may need to come up to we need a conclusion on that from the committee tonight before we send these people back to talk to their client.
I think that, do you want an opinion, Del? Sorry.
Yes.
I think that we should allow for a compromise, because I think that we should see what could come back in terms of a give back, because it is between two other residential buildings, because it was residential for such a long time. It has, I don't know if it's ever been manufacturing. I think that mostly when something is manufacturing, it should not be converted. But I think that this is perhaps is a different case, and I think we need to be careful and use careful discretion.
All right, so are you making, are you moving to have a vote on that?
Sure.
I
It's
second.
Karen. Wait, before we wait.
Okay. Okay,
Before
Karen.
we make a motion.
Okay.
If we're going to do the scenarios, okay, and the compromise, then you need to include, okay, commercial or residential overlay and or looking into affordable housing units. That's just my piece. If we're gonna go this route, then we need to look at every aspect, not just one. Thank you.
Right. So if we're going to do, let me make sure I get your clarification straight. If we're going to do a compromise, it would include commercial with residential overlay or residential with affordable units. Karen, is that
correct?
Does anyone want to make that motion?
Can I ask one question? Do they need to come back to us then with one or the other?
Yes. If we say forget it, then why have them come back to us? If we say forget it, we're just going to leave it as it is. But if the majority of the committee is willing to go with this kind of a compromise, then we would send them to their client with this, knowing that we are willing to look at a compromise.
I think that it could also be a possibility to develop small manufacturing, if that's what an artist studio would be.
Sure. Or small manufacturing.
If it is manufacturing, we don't need to.
Then they don't need anything. If they don't need anything.
But manufacturing with residential.
Well, then, yeah, if we come back with a commercial or manufacturing space.
That would be, commercial or manufacturing with a residential overlay. So
also, don't get confused about manufacturing, because when we have this light manufacturing 1.1, so many things can be done. You know, the word itself is scary. Oh, manufacturing. You're not going to have a polluting manufacturing. You can do a variety of business within this zoning.
Absolutely.
Clarify. Noxious uses.
We need to move on. So,
okay.
And Karen, why don't you make your motion and then we can vote on it and we'll do a roll call. Do you want to make the motion, Karen?
Just checking. I say something, Simon.
Yes. This is it. This is the end because we have to move on. Or if
you're
all willing to stay here till 1 in the morning, I am. But I don't think you want.
When she came on, the presenter said she doesn't need a vote. She just wants to hear what our recommendations are. We have to vote on this. I mean,
I need to know what the majority of the committee is willing to look toward. Not a final vote. Just are we willing to look at a compromise? And then yes, they would have to come back. And if we're willing to look at a compromise, part of this motion is they will talk to their client and come back to us.
I think it's a good motion.
We don't want to spend the time redesigning if that's not something you're interested in.
So, Karen, why don't you make that motion? Look, either the majority of people will go for that or not. Let's just move on. So, Karen.
Sure. I would like to make a motion to have the developer go back to the property owner to look into a compromise, which would be commercial light manufacturing with a residential overlay, or an opportunity for affordable housing units.
Any second?
That motion.
Okay, good. It's seconded. So, Jerry, would you call roll call on this?
So this is just a roll call of the land use committee, Dell, correct?
Tuesday.
I guess, does it have to, I guess it is just a
This
land
is
use.
just a land use item.
Yes, it is just. So, thank you.
All right. So, Del Teague,
Yes.
Maria Vieira, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
My answer is yes.
Maria Vieira
Okay.
votes yes. Gina
Yes.
Barros,
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Ozita Kaminsky,
Yes.
Avram Katz, Abraham Leibovitz, Sante Michelli,
No.
Rabbi Niederman. Rabbi Niederman? No vote. Karen Nieves?
Yes.
Isaac Sofer? Robert Solano? Stephen Weidberg? Stephen Weidberg? No vote. William Vega?
Yes.
William votes yes. Simon Weiser?
Yes.
Simon votes yes. Michael Andrews?
Yes.
Michael votes yes. Keith Berger? No vote. Corey Canton?
Yes.
Corey votes yes. Michael Kowachka?
Yes.
Michael votes yes. Mengelin Lee? Mengelin Lee? No vote. Kate Napolitarski?
Yes.
Kate votes yes. Allison Stone?
Yeah.
Allison?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
And Jerry, Keith Berger's a yes. It's in the chat.
$15 yes, 1 no. Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
All right. So you can, do you want to come back the next month to the next month's meeting? Do you think you'd be ready?
If it's okay, we would like to email with your community board to figure out a good date because we have to speak to the client. And if we have to redesign, we might need 2 months. It just depends what we have to do.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the next item is Department of City Planning, presentation on the citywide text amendment.
Hello, this is Alexandra. I'm designer and city planner for City One. As part of the New York City Department of City Planning, the Brooklyn office. Today here, I'm also joined by Alex Sommer, which is the deputy director of our office, and several of my colleagues that are individual experts for the text amendments I'm going to share today. I am here because we want to give you a quick overview of 4 citywide text amendments that, through our zoning resolution, that the department plans for them to enter for public review this month and next month, and they will come to you. Before all this happens, we wanted for you to know what is happening and why we're doing this at this time. So these proposals are aiming to create a fair, more equitable economic recovery after what has been happening in the past years. And we want to help local communities and small businesses for a just COVID recovery. So the 4 projects that we're heading is aiming to improve accessibility in subway stations, to incentivize the creation of grocery stores in communities with healthy and fresh food access needs, to reduce barriers to establish and opening gyms and other health facilities, and to make DOT's open restaurants program permanent. These text amendments are technically not part of ULURP, but any change on the zoning resolution must be reviewed by each community board. So all these text amendments will be reviewed by all community boards. A quick overview on them. The first one is the zoning for accessibility, subway stations and elevators. This is in collaboration with the MTA and the City Council and the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities. We are proposing to expand and improve the zoning rules that allow the MTA to leverage private developments to help create more accessible subway stations. So today, only about 30% of the city subway stations are fully accessible. With this text amendment, we seek to expand the zoning tools that will help coordinate new developments near transit with the construction of improvements in those subway stations to ensure accessibility and capacity. Currently, we have some of these zoning tools in our resolution, but they're only applicable to very limited areas, most of them in Manhattan. So with this proposal, it will require property owners near subway stations all around the city to engage with the MTA and city planning to provide station access easements. And this also is provided some incentive in high density districts. This project in particular was today presented to the City Planning Commission. So it will be referred to you in the next days. And if the board wants an extended presentation of this project, either for the Land Use Committee or for the board, we are available to do that or to answer any questions today.
Let me just say that we definitely, I'm sure I can speak on behalf of this committee that we would like more information, and I suspect the full board would want you to come too. And I know that your department is very available, so I know that's not a problem. Thanks.
Yes, if we can get already a point of the agenda for your next meeting, that will be great, and we will come with a full presentation on the zoning for accessibility. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Now, what we call internally the COVID relief packet, and these are like 3 text amendments that are coming as part of what we have seen the city needs after what we have experienced during the pandemic. So the first one, which I'm very excited to present to you, well, zoning for accessibility is also very excited, but this one in particular too is Fresh, what we call Fresh 2, which is a grocery store program expansion. This is in partnership with the City Council. DCP is seeking to expand the applicability of the existing food retail expansion to support health, which is that's what the acronym means for the Fresh program. This is a program that we have that offers both zoning and tax incentives to encourage the creation of more convenient, accessible stores that provide fresh fruits, meats, vegetables, and perishable goods, in addition to a full range of grocery products. This Fresh proposal, the expansion of it, seeks to bring the program to more communities. As part of the communities that we're planning to expand, this program, if approved, will be available for Community District 1. Which now
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. Could you just say what the aim here is with the stores? Just explain it a little bit more.
Yes, so the Fresh program, right now, what it does is it creates zoning, it has zoning incentives and financial benefits for developments that incorporate grocery store that provides fresh food within their building. And with the expansion of the program, which is this project, we are expanding which of the community districts are eligible for this program, but also we're doing certain modifications to those zoning incentives that are part of it. Right now, City 1 is not a part of the program, but with this project to expand it, it will be included.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, thank you for that. The second project as part of the COVID relief package is called Health and Fitness Tax Amendment. So since the creation of our zoning resolution, exercise gyms, licensed massage therapy, martial arts studios, spas, and other health-related businesses are not allowed to build as of right in our city, and instead they have to go through a lengthy and costly process to obtain special permissions, such as in the Board Standards of Appeal and the Board of Standards and Appeals, my apologies for that, and our department to be able to be built. So this tax amendment, it's to allow all of these facilities to be developed as of right, or without seeking any special permission from the city. So it's basically removing the obstacles in the zoning resolution for this type of businesses to open as of right without any process with our agencies. With the same line of thought, we have the open restaurants tax amendment. This is in coordination with DOT. We have seen how the open restaurants program has helped re-energize our sidewalks and streets, but also support and to save many small businesses and restaurants and local jobs around our communities. Right now, that happened because as part of the emergency that we're in, a few of the obstacles were removed, but they weren't removed permanently. Right, with this text amendment, it's seeking to pass a program that will be now become permanent. So instead of having obstacles for restaurants and businesses to apply to have open restaurants available on the sidewalks in the streets, now it will also become as of right. And lastly, we have a third package, which is a hotels tax amendment. This hotels tax amendment, I think you might be aware of it, since I think it's have made been public in January, but this is a major initiative. What it aims is to create a more consistent approach on the hotel development around the city. And with the tax amendment, it will require any new hotel in any zoning district that is not available or applicable to be developed as of right, to ask for a special permit and enter a ULURP process in order to be built. So different from what I explained before, in this case, if a person wants, if a property owner wants to build a hotel, they will have to go through the whole process of public review, which obviously includes coming to the community boards to be able to get developed and get your input and your comments on that. So that concludes my quick overview on the projects. As I said, zoning for accessibility was certified today, and was referred today, and is now in a few days. I imagine that the whole package of materials will arrive to your desk. Our COVID relief package, which is Fresh 2, the health and fitness facilities and open restaurants, is expected to be referred to you in May, if I'm not mistaken, as well as with the hotels. And I imagine that we will be reaching out to you again, in case if you want to hear more details on any of them. And if today you have questions that you want us to answer, not only I'm here, as I said, our deputy director is here, and I also have 3 colleagues of the office, one of which is an expert in each of these projects, in case you have something that you want us to answer today. That concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for allowing us to share with you these projects.
Thank you. The community board has already voted in favor of the hotel text amendment requiring the special permit, just so you know. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, Bill, I have hopefully a quick question on the first text amendment related to subway entrances. Would it apply to entrances that would be fully, inside of a building or next to a building, or both?
I can jump in to take that. Joshua Wolf, Department of City Planning Office. So there's 2 parts of this text amendment. One would require any new development or enlargement, so permits filed with the Department of Buildings within 50 feet of a subway station, to first consult with the MTA and city planning to see if there's an opportunity for an easement. And if there is, the MTA and city planning and the developer work together to find a way that worked for both parties. There would be some zoning relief if needed. It could be street wall or height or permitted obstructions. If the MTA didn't take that space immediately, say that they identified a good space for an easement, but didn't have plans to build that elevator in the next decade, the developer could use that as a temporary retail. And there's a chance that maybe the MTA doesn't need an easement there. There's if adding an elevator is not feasible, and then the developer could just go on and file their permits. And those are medium density districts only. The second part of it is an incentive program that's only in high density districts. So in Brooklyn, it's only downtown Brooklyn Community District 2, so it does not apply to Community Board 1. And it offers a bonus in floor area for developers that are within 500 feet of a station and are willing to provide significant station improvements. And those station improvements, if they're for a subway station that does not have an elevator, the first one would have to be adding an elevator. As I'm sure everyone is aware, a lot of subway stations are not accessible. Only a little under a third have an elevator. So this is a way of working with private developers who have new projects along subway stations and incentivizing them, providing them opportunities to help the city with adding accessibility.
Thank you.
Yeah, something else, if I can say.
Yes.
You mentioned, Alexandra, about open restaurant. Some concern that our community, or at least in that portion of the community that I'm part with, and some of the neighbor community has come out, is definitely, we recognize as being very helpful to many of our neighbors and existing business. They've been around, but they've been largely, they opened the door to a certain level of unregulation of things that used to be pretty regulated, and they had impact on the quality of life of the residents. Many times we have to do with mixed use area where, there are residents kind of above. So finally, those businesses that come outside, they've been allowed to use amplified music, and there are certain corridor that, we define entertainment corridor now in Williamsburg or in Greenpoint. They've been really definitely impacted by this quality of life issue. And also, we've been losing diversity. And so while there are existing business, and this has been very helpful to those restaurants, those bars, this has not stopped new applicants to come into the neighborhood and apply, for example, for liquor license. And this is killing also diversity. So it seems that the open street they are good enough, or they provide parameters that are sufficient to still produce revenue. And this is also killing diversity. And I want to know how much, this EP is really making quantistic analysis really to evaluate what the impact is, and if we really are working on quality of life, it's a major issue. There were many parameters that the city had before, noises, sound, they were strictly regulated. I believe we're getting lax on that. Can you comment on that, please?
Yeah, hello. I'm Jesse Hirakawa. I'm also with the Department of City Planning. I'll be able to take your question for that. Yeah, I think essentially the open restaurants text amendment is kind of doing a few things. One, it's kind of addressing the zoning aspect, right? The outdoor sidewalk cafe text amendment to approve for outdoor dining. And it's also allowing a lot more coordination with like multiple agencies like the Department of Transportation, small businesses. There may be more, but it's basically kind of having that conversation with more agencies to talk about all those, everything that you just mentioned, the quality of life and, how does it affect, liquor license. And it's looking at a wholesome approach to how to look at the open restaurants. And so, yeah, I don't know, Alex, if there's anything else I could jump in on, but I feel like it's opening up so that there's a lot of interagency coordination between all the other agencies to talk about any issue that is coming up, to the many that you're explaining as well.
But those has become a real issue, and we have not getting answer from DOT. It seems nobody's, but definitely the impact is real, and the residents are have not being considered. And so it's something I want to bring really to your attention.
Yeah, I hear you. Definitely, this is definitely something we can make sure we can address.
Right. I think like hearing your concern, when we come back to explain in detail the text amendment, we can incorporate incorporate some of the knowledge to respond to your question. Thank you for that. I took notes on that.
Thank you. So they're going to be coming back in May. So if there are no other questions, then we should move on, because we have two rather lengthy issues to deal with. And so unless there's some really burning question, I think we should move on, because we are going to get to speak with them again in May, in our May meeting.
And potentially June.
And potentially June.
Yeah.
So, all right, then, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the fourth application, the fourth item on the agenda, I should say, is 315 Berry Street. And this is a special request to permit the construction of an electric utility substation on the roof of the existing building. I know that we've had some people who have written letters and asked to be able to speak tonight. So let's proceed.
Hi, and this is Rebecca Barr from MGN. I'll share my screen. We have a short presentation for you. We are aware that we spent over 2 hours in the first 3 presentations, so we're going to try to make it as quick as possible, and we're going to open for questions after the presentation. So please let us know if you have additional questions when we finish this. So let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So good evening, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about, reintroduce to the community board MGN and further inform this joint committee on the energy storage system, or ESS for short, and why these systems are critical for this community. So again, my name is Rebecca, and I am in charge of the construction and safety at MGN.
And also, I am a longtime resident of Williamsburg and am also a neighbor to the community board offices on Graham Street. I actually live around the corner. The presentation would hopefully provide all the necessary information and address some of the concerns that were already expressed during our last call, as well as some additional questions that were raised by 315 Berry tenants. So this evening, we plan to cover the following topics. We're gonna give you just a short reminder on why we're here today, reintroduction of MGN and our mission. We're gonna explain what an ES or energy storage and solar facility is and why we urgently need these microgrids. Fourth, we're gonna be demonstrating why systems are safe to install and operate. We will also try to more specifically talk about the challenges of the Williamsburg grid and why Berry Street is the right location for this project and how ESS benefits the community as a whole. We're also going to cover the ongoing outreach and education efforts thus far and demonstrate how we are committed to keeping the communication line open and coordinate with the tenants and neighbors of 315 Berry. So again, we are here tonight because we need to demonstrate to the BSA why it's infeasible to locate this electric infrastructure project anywhere else, and therefore 315 Berry was chosen as best fit. And also we want to quickly talk about the fact that the site meets the sizing criteria. And then, of course, again, we want to cycle back to the 10 concerns and comments that were made during our last meeting regarding structural capacity, noise and vibration, as well as other safety concerns. So Microgrid Networks, MGN, is a New York City-based company. Our main offices are located on Grand Street with a team of local energy experts having a long history in renewable energy project deployment and operations. We aim to serve the local communities such as Williamsburg, who are still to this day are suffering from a long history of environmental injustice and pollution, and are also experiencing grid congestion as well as elevated threats to life and safety and property damage due to our coastal location and increasing climate change events, as we're all aware. So let's talk a little bit about the crisis and where it stems from. So New York City grid is the oldest and the most congested electrical grid in our nation. It's not really designed to withstand the looming climate threats and increasing demand. As some of you or some of us already experienced personally in recent years, New York City power is also very expensive compared to the rest of the nation, and we need to plan and invest in our future resiliency in our city and push for infrastructure upgrades that will result in reduced costs for the consumer, which is all of us. So this is kind of a very quick comparison of the available traditional approach to dealing with overloaded networks, such as the Williamsburg network, and what MGN is proposing to do here. So for those of you who are not familiar with peaker plants and the current inefficient ways of responding to the ever-growing energy demand and outages, in red you can see the only available quote solutions to the energy crisis. Unfortunately, one of them are peaker plants, which should be the way of the past. And we will see in the following slides the proximity of one of these plants to specifically 315 Berry. And if some of you are familiar, and if you're not, peaker plants are associated with health issues, and they also go against the city and state sustainability goals. And then the other alternative, which is very expensive and we all end up paying for it, is digging up the roads and adding wires to the network. both of these solutions don't really offer backup power, which an ESS system does. So an ESS system or energy storage system combined with solar is a simple and elegant solution. It allows us to basically tap into the existing energy reserves that were previously inaccessible and therefore significantly improving our grid efficiency. We aim to directly displace the fossil fuel peaker plants that have been polluting Williamsburg for many, many years. We are also creating a path for a meaningful shift towards renewable energy in our community, and therefore making them stronger and ready for the future. Energy storage facilities and these batteries will in fact help to reduce the consumer rates and will make the existing grid considerably more efficient. It is safe and clean and can be installed where the grid congestion is present, which is kind of an important point to make. And just to make it very clear, the problem cannot be solved remotely. And that's why we need these projects to be implemented inside the community where the congestion is currently present. And in the Williamsburg grid, which is also known as the Water Street Network, which is highly congested, if we're gonna add these type of energy storage facilities, we're gonna make it more resilient and future facing. So this is kind of just a quick overview of the different jurisdictions and authorities that support energy storage and say that they're needed. So who says they're needed? Basically, if you look at this slide, is everyone. It's from nonprofit environmental groups to local governments such as the mayor's office, the state level, including the New York State Power Authority, NYSERDA, which is the New York State Energy and Research Development Authority, Con Edison, and all the way to the federal government. Actually, the New York State Energy Storage Mandate is aiming for 1,500 megawatts in the next 4 years, and then we're looking at 3,000 megawatts by 2030. And our project is just a small piece of that puzzle, and we need to find a way to reach these targets. With that, I would like to give the mic to Tim, who is our Chief Operating Officer, who will explain in further detail the current state of the Williamsburg network and the need for an ESS at 315 very specifically, as well as talk about some of the tenant outreach efforts that we had so far, the benefits to the entire community, and address some of the tenants' concerns. Tim.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you everybody for our the time this evening. This is a map of the Water Street Network. The Water Street Network extends up. It's really the western half of Community Board 1. It extends up as far north as Greenpoint. It's the center of kind of western Williamsburg. And then on the southern end, it actually goes down into Community Board 2 and 3 in Fort Greene and a little western edge of Bed-Stuy. It's called the Water Street Network because the substation that serves is in Vinegar Hill on Water Street. This network is really one of the oldest in New York City, and it has a peak capacity of about 370 megawatts. And that's what Con Ed has estimated as its peak. Currently, the capacity is 370 megawatts. Currently estimated loads, peak loads, for 2021 are 390 megawatts. In 2022 is 400 megawatts. So essentially what's happening is everyone is just using more power. Everyone has more devices, power. People are starting to use electricity for heat. And so there's a whole lot more electricity that is coursing through the same old wires that are in the street. As you can, this map is actually developed by Con Ed, and the red spots are showing the parts of the network that are under most stress. These are the feeders that are the wires that are have the most overcapacity, have the most electricity flowing through them, and they're closest to their capacity. As you can see, 315 Berry Street sits in the dead center of this congestion zone. It also sits just to the south and west of the Kent Street peaker plant, right, which is been spewing fumes into the Williamsburg neighborhood for a couple decades now. Next. Con Edison was looking for, in order to solve this congestion, Con Ed has been looking for about 70 megawatts of energy storage inside the Water Street network, not somewhere else, inside the Water Street network. And it really needs to be in close proximity to those congested areas and those congested feeders. We surveyed over 200 sites over the course of 3 years in North Brooklyn in order to try to find sites to put this energy storage. And we were looking to try to find as many storage sites as we could, up to 70 megawatts. And we were the only people looking. As it turns out, no one was successful in finding sites except us. And we only found 2 sites, and they total 5.4 megawatts altogether. So the urgent need for the energy storage in this neighborhood is still there. There is still a very, very strong need for energy storage. The network is still congested and is still something that we have to work on together. This map is showing all the sites that we looked at. You can see Berry Street is basically sitting right on this feeder. What we're really looking for on sites is, number one, we have to find a site that has close proximity to the overloaded feeders. Number two, we need a site that can carry the equipment, that has a structural capacity. You can't put it on any roof. Berry Street happens to be a very well-built building that used to be built as a munitions factory. There's a ton of extra load capacity. The third, the building must have, or the site has to have sufficient space for the equipment. We can't take 300 feet here and 300 feet there. We really need 6,000 to 8,000 square feet. And we must be able to rent it long-term due to the cost of the equipment. We're essentially installing a very big pipe onto the electrical grid, and that costs a whole lot of money. So we can't put one in there and then have to leave in 5 years. We really need a long-term commitment of 20 years for this piece of city infrastructure. Next. As you can see, the green dot here, this is the Berry Street. You can see the red feeders. These are the very stressed feeders. It's very well located to inject power exactly into the network when it's needed in the middle of a kind of peak. Next. It's a little tricky to understand why energy storage is interesting and useful, but I think this graph at least helped me a lot. If you look here, this is a graph showing the energy use during time. On the left is the night and the morning, and on the right is the afternoon and evening. Each of these lines shows a progressive year. So the lowest one is 2018, and the highest one is 2027. Obviously, the 2027, these are estimates. This is a grid from Con Edison. So as you can see, in the night and morning, there's plenty. This red line here is the ultimate capacity of the network. This is where basically the wires start to get too filled and they have to be shut down. What you can see here is that there's plenty of capacity in the morning and evening. People are not using a lot of power at 5 in the morning and 4 in the morning. So right here, there's a whole bunch of capacity. Where there isn't capacity is in the afternoon and evenings. This is when everyone is pounding on the network, when everyone wants a lot of power, and there's a huge amount of demand. Next. What energy storage does, we charge these batteries that are sitting in the middle of the network exactly where the demand is. We charge them at night, and then we inject them into the network where the power is being consumed exactly when it needs to be consumed. Con Ed basically says, whoop, we need power, and then we inject. That's exactly how it works. So essentially what happens, if you have a bunch of energy storage in your electrical grid, what it lets you do is it lets you flatten the demand curve. So essentially we are taking the wires that are in the street that all of us have already paid for every month in and out when we pay for our electrical bill. We are taking those wires and we're making them more efficient. We're instead of replacing them, they don't need to be replaced. They just need to be used more efficiently. And that's exactly what energy storage does. Next. Batteries are starting to be widely deployed all over the place. Upgrading the electrical grid is something that everyone in the country is looking at because it's so important. As you all remember, you cannot imagine 2 more different places in terms of the way their electrical grids are managed, from Texas and California, and yet both of them experienced a very large grid outage. And what we're here to tell you is that New York should not assume that we're different than California or different than Texas. It's just that it hasn't happened here yet. As you can see, a lot of people are looking at this. This is an article just from a recent New York Times showing how this energy storage right here, this thing, it looks like a refrigerator. It's not a refrigerator. It's battery storage. Every apartment in this 600 unit complex has their own battery storage in the unit. Okay. Everyone, I think, has heard of it. People who have not heard of the Tesla Powerwall, certainly engineering types have heard about the Tesla Powerwall. It's designed to be hooked onto residential buildings. It's designed to be inside people's power rooms in their basement. This is not an unusual thing in today's world. There's currently 3 existing battery projects in Brooklyn. Sorry, there's a lot more in New York City. The Marcus Garvey Apartments has energy storage. It's in Brooklyn. The roof of the Barclays Center has a 5 megawatt energy storage facility, and the Gateway Center in Brooklyn has a 5 megawatt energy storage. That's a shopping complex. Anyone who wants to go see it can go see it. The Barclays Center is on the roof, a little harder to see, but you know, this stuff is not unusual anymore. Next. So we are using the most advanced battery on the market. It's made by Fluence, which is a company that's owned by Siemens and AES, 2 of the largest electrical equipment manufacturers. It meets all the global, national, and city safety codes. It's been extensively tested. It has the most modern lithium iron phosphate batteries, which are not shown to propagate any fires or anything like that. So it's really, it's not only is it the best battery chemistry, but it has belts and 3 layers of suspenders. It's designed to sense what's happening in the energy storage and shut down if there's an issue. There's all sorts of fire. We can go through it in detail if you want, but basically it has many, many layers of systems to make it very safe. Next. There's a lot of people studying the safety of batteries. And a lot of people, these are all the people that matter in New York City. The fire department in New York has an extensive experience, proving batteries. They're probably the national leader in the safe installation and operation of energy storage. And all of the battery facilities, not, even the ones that don't require BSA, every single one of them requires extensive review by the fire department. Every single one requires extensive review by the New York City Buildings OTCR, which is the Office of Technical Certification and Research. So this is the, kind of the engineers inside the buildings department. They look at it and they make sure that it's installed safely. And they also, make sure that all of the considerations for the site are deemed safe. Of course, all of the equipment that we're putting in is UL listed. It's all been extensively tested. And we have some of the best engineers in the world working on this project with us. These systems are monitored safely 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Unlike all of those batteries that you see in other people's houses, which are not monitored, this one actually has full-time monitored system engineers that monitor it. MGN and the manufacturer have dedicated, trained safety teams on the ground in Brooklyn. Next. So let's talk about the facility. So this is the roof of the 315 Berry Street. The building was really originally built as a munitions factory. It was built with an enormous amount of floor load capacity that is basically unused as a residential building. You can see in the center, there's a big old water tower base. The water tower is long gone. And of course, over the years, there's been a lot of cell tower equipment, cell phone equipment installed on the roof as well. Next. This is the rendering showing that same roof from the same angle and showing what we want to install on the roof. These blue cubes are those Fluence battery storage cubes. Those are about 8 feet by 8 feet. We have, we're installing 18 of them. And then the solar panels are here. They're the purple. And then we have, this is basically some sound mitigation over the center of this. Everything in green is the interconnection equipment. So that's essentially the equipment that allows a switchgear and stuff that allows us to inject the energy into the electrical grid. So there's a couple transformers here These are the high, 2 different levels of switch gear. And then these are the inverters. They will convert the DC electricity into the AC going into the electrical grid, and the DCs, because that's how you store it in batteries. Next. This is the same roof, but from the plan view. I just want to reemphasize that this basically this is all, the equipment is all installed on dunnage. So it's essentially the equipment itself is not touching the roof. It's really sitting 4 feet above the roof, and the loads are carried across steel beams and then down into the columns. So it's not really impacting the slab of the roof, and it's not impacting the exterior walls of the building. It's really impacting just the columns, which we have gone and measured and tested the concrete to make sure that the columns and everything can accommodate the load. Also, I should mention that the building has an old roof. We're planning to replace this roof, and we're planning to add a whole lot of insulation. The building is currently, the roof is not insulated. We want to put a layer of insulation in between the roof and the roof slab. This way, it will improve the thermal efficiency. The apartments on the top floor will get not only drier because it's a brand new roof, they will also be quieter because people walking on the roof, the sound won't transmit through the insulation. And it will be easier to keep those warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Of course, the installation of this is going to meet all the city safety codes for energy storage, and then also, of course, the city safety codes for equipment that's installed on dunnage all over the city. Next. So of course, people live in this building, and we're concerned about them. We want them to understand what's happening here. So how long is the installation going to take place, and how much noise will the tenants experience? Construction anticipated to take about 3 to 4 months. It's really 3 phases of the construction. The first phase of the construction is installing the dunnage. That's essentially taking those steel beams, craning them up, and putting them in place. The second is craning the equipment, so the battery cube and the transformers and switchgear will be craned into place. And then the third phase, which is probably the longest phase, is actually hooking everything up and making sure that it's commissioning it and getting it all up and running. Like any construction project, there will be some drilling and banging and vibrations, but that is primarily going to be happen during the dunnage installation, right? This is when you're taking the steel and connecting it in with the concrete building. Our work hours will conform to DOB regulations, and we'll be in constant discussion with tenants to meet their special needs, as we have been already. There's to be a tenant protection plan in place to minimize the impacts of the needs, and we, of course, will have an on-site supervisor for the construction, and everyone in the building will have the phone numbers, my phone numbers, Rebecca's phone number, and also the phone number of the on-site supervisor. Next. Okay, well, after the equipment is up there, what is it are there any safety issues or noise issues? We've done an extensive noise study. Essentially, these batteries are solid state, so they don't produce a lot of noise. Your cell phone battery doesn't make any noise, and your computer battery doesn't make noise. What does make noise is that some of the cooling equipment makes some noise. That can be shown to be mitigated pretty easily. And of course, the facility will meet city noise code. Again, the equipment doesn't vibrate because there's not really a lot of moving parts. So there's not really a lot of concern about vibration in a facility like this. We, of course, will put rubber pads and mitigate vibration and monitor the vibration to ensure there's no disruption to building tenants. The battery, in terms of EMF, someone brought this up. The battery doesn't produce any electromagnetic frequency. It's not something that cell towers do. Batteries don't do that. Any EMF produced by this facility will be from the interconnection equipment, which is essentially the same kind of transformers and switchgear that are providing power to every building in the city. So every building has to have transformers that switch the power from transmission lines to building power that can be used in the building. That's either done in the street and you walk over those things on the sidewalk, or it's often done in the second floor of the building or the basement of the building. That's quite common, especially in flood zones. So that kind of equipment is the equipment that's on the roof is equipment that's installed all over the city, the green equipment. the equipment that's connecting the batteries to an electrical grid. Emissions, this facility doesn't burn fuel to produce power. It has no form of operational exhaust. There's no odor emitted from it, and there's no wastewater that discharged from it. It's all really solid state. Next. Okay, community tenant engagement. We have a commitment really to transparency. We think that the more people that know about this, I mean, it's a pretty relatively sophisticated technology. But we feel that the more people know about this, the more that they're going to support projects like this and hopefully this project. We're want to try to talk to people and engage with the community. Over the last 3 years in the community, we've had a very active engagement in North Brooklyn. We've met with dozens of local politicians and community leaders. We met with local nonprofits and environmental organizations. We're fully committed to educating the residents and stakeholders about clean energy and about this facility and how that fits in with the move to decarbonize the grid. And we're fully committed to addressing concerns by stakeholders and residents of the building. We've tried to engage the tenant as much as possible. I think there's some people here who are going to tell me that I haven't engaged them enough, and if that's true, I'm here to engage you more. I'm happy to meet and have a Zoom. We've offered Zoom calls to every resident. We're happy to have meetings in person if someone can't get online. We're happy to answer their questions. We started out engaging last year when we were doing testing that was in the last end of last summer and last fall, and we were quite engaged with several tenants in the building. And I know a lot more have now written letters, and every single one who's written a letter, I've responded to individually and personally, and I invited them to have a Zoom call so that they don't, understand we're not going to have a lot of time for questions tonight. I want to make sure that everyone who wants to can sit down with Rebecca and myself and answer questions for an hour, 2 hours, whatever it is. So anyway, next. This is you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Tim. So this is just a quick recap. This is the last slide of the presentation. So we talked about the technology, the different challenges that the network, the grid is facing and how we're trying to solve it, and the investment that we need to make in the spirit of progress and the future of our great city. Progressiveness is not always measured by tweets and words. It's hard work and it's challenging, and it's a personal commitment to making it happen, not just in theory, but in our own communities. ESS will help us avoid the increased grid stress, brownouts and blackouts like Tim mentioned before, and also make us prepared for extreme weather events that are unfortunately becoming more frequent, and therefore avoid risks to life and property. It will also help us lower the utility bills and make our communities healthier, cleaner, and create local green jobs for the community. And again, just a quick reminder, the reason we're here tonight is to talk about why this project is needed at 315, why it cannot be located anywhere else, and how we are meeting the size criteria. And with that, we would like to open the floor for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
All right, so let's start with any questions by the members of the committee.
Committees.
Committees, sorry, committees. Yes.
Yeah. I have, and just note, I don't know if you've seen in the chat, there are numerous people after the committee members chime in who want to speak also. So I guess first I just have a comment. I appreciate you addressing a lot of the questions that were brought up at the full board meeting. Just clarifying what this system does in terms of emissions and particular hazardous byproducts of the operation of this system. And I guess in my mind, I guess I see it as kind of two layers to this. Is just the system itself inherently, and the second thing is the building itself. We received almost, at least 8 written bits of testimony from tenants in the building about the treatment of those tenants during, previous construction moments, and then just the structural integrity of the building. It sounds like there are major problems that are going on. There's a temporary vacate order now that someone sent along. But first, with the just the system itself, I guess the main thing I want to go back to is the noise. And there are other too. It's just they're kind of related, but I know my colleagues will chime in as well. But you mentioned that there are sound muffling or sound mitigating parts to this system, and so that implies that there is significant sound, and I don't know if there could be a comparison to what that might be, like the typical white noise, or like a central air unit that might be on top of a building, or an exhaust fan from a restaurant or a cafe in a building, just to give a sense of what folks might be exposed to or living in the building, especially on the upper floors near the roof. So I guess I'll
Sure. So yeah, we've done a very extensive sound study with the purpose of getting to a point where we can show no impact on the sound levels in the area. So what you're looking at, I don't know if you can still see my screen, but we created a 3D model that takes into account the ambient noise levels in the neighborhood, in the surrounding of 315 Berry, and we worked to create a very tailored design that will eliminate any added impact. And to your question about like what it is similar to, maybe you can think about it as something that is similar to like an HVAC system, because there is a cooling element to the cube. Basically, you have to, it's a safety feature. You have to always keep a liquid cooling system active within the cube. So that's kind of like the only moving part in the system. So
Can you show slide?
Area. Which slide?
Show slide 14. I think 14 is useful.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, go ahead, Tim.
No, I was going to just say that this is really like a mini split. There's a battery system in the cube, and then on the door is a little miniature cooling and heat exchanger. So the noise is coming from that. It's on this door. There's a heat exchanger. Honestly, when we first asked Fluence about this, they were like, it doesn't make that much noise at all. We insisted that they test it. Because anyway, we were able to get noise ratings out of this and find a way to just put some sound baffling to show that there's no change in the ambient sound.
Tim, can I address Mr. Chesler's question? I mean, I think I can very easily address. So as a part of the environmental review process for the proposed implementation, we actually have to comply with New York City Building Code, and we also have to comply with something called the City Environmental Quality Review for any noise exposures generated by a project. And both of those are actually very, very detailed analyses. So we cannot raise the ambient noise level at any single hour more than 3 decibels. And one things that we did to establish that is we did 24-hour readings on the roof to identify the lowest decibel level present on the roof of 54 decibels. And so that's quite quiet for New York City. So the system with the canopy mitigation system, so basically sound baffles, as Tim mentioned, is we did a 3-dimensional model with the componentry of the system that basically demonstrates that there would be no noise bleed over 3 decibels. And that's an open window condition, by the way. We cannot raise with the window open, not even closed, more than 3 decibels. So at those ambient noise levels, the amount of noise emissions from the project would not be noticeable. So very, very high threshold. The environmental assessment has this analysis, and we've done some structural refinements on the canopy system to make it nice and lean and elegant, and to have the smallest footprint visible, would not even be visible from the street, the canopy system. So, you know, I hope that addresses, you know, this has to go through DEP for approval.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Yeah, appreciate that. So I guess my second part of the question involves so many different things. It's just this building was an emissions storage facility, but now, you know, it's, I guess, residential. And again, I just multiple descriptions of, it sounds like the facade is falling apart. And there's just been, during previous construction projects, it's just been hell and beyond with folks. So I guess the question is, I guess in normal circumstances, I guess I trust the idea that the building would be structurally sound to handle the new load of this system, but it just sounds like, I know this, a good part of this building has met its life expectancy. And so I've real worries and issues about that. And I know many others do. And if I understand correctly, there's some insulation either through or down the columns, and I'm assuming the support columns of the building. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that I don't know, just as really in this particular building, it just sounds like there's potentially some problems. And I'm just wondering if the property owner is here tonight, a representative to address that specifically, and this partial vacate order because of the their structural issues with the building.
So let me address some of your, it's one question, but with a lot of detail. So first of all, we are very aware of the existing issues that the building is experiencing. So first of all, there are issues with the existing roof. The roof currently is just a simple concrete slab. It has no insulation, and therefore some of the tenants over the years have been experiencing leaks, which is not a great situation for anybody to experience. In addition to that, just the fact that it's kind of the ceilings of the tenants on the 7th floor, the ceiling is actually the concrete slab. So if there is an issue with leaks over time, what happens, any type of moisture will penetrate, will impact the concrete, water is always going to find a way, down. That's kind of the rule of water. And the only way to mitigate that is to install a new roofing system, which currently doesn't exist. You only have a very simple slab. So what we're going to do, obviously, as soon as we install the structural parts of the dunnage, we're going to go and install a new roofing system, which should solve not only the leaks, but also improve the temperature envelope of the building and provide additional sound insulation. Now, we are aware that some tenants were talking about the south facade of the building, which has some maybe is out of plumb, and people are concerned about that, which obviously sounds very concerning. This specifically doesn't have much to do with a structural capacity of a building, but it's still it's an issue, and the owner of the building is already in the process, and this is in accordance with local law 11, in the process of getting the permits to put up a scaffolding system and improve the entire facade of the building. So we're not talking just about the south wall of the building, but the entire envelope. So this is something that is already in process. And I think Tim.
Yes, we also have the structural engineers here. Ivan, you're here. You want to say a couple things about the analysis you did for the building? Because also the owner is not here right now. He was here earlier, but he had to leave. But he's assured me that the local law 11 work is just about to start. right? So
And I just
yes,
wanted
there's
to
damage to
add,
the facade, but that's what happens. You now have scaffolding that's going to go up, and those things are going to be repaired.
yeah,
But they
before
really
we
don't
go,
have anything to do with our project. It's totally incidental.
yeah, Tim, just before we go to Ivan, I just want to address the comment about the partial vacate order. This is not a structural related topic. We can send more information about it, but it's not related to structural. Ivan, go ahead if you want to add anything.
Hi, my name is Ivan. I'm structural engineer, professional engineer for New York State. I have 24 years experience doing engineering. When we start the project, we did some research on the building. The building is a concrete building back in 1929. We did research on the time period building, could compare what we're finding of the building to make sure it is match and sound. We did core test to test the concrete strength of the building. We can just guess what we use. We did numerous scan, measurement, and probe to make sure we understand the building. And when we do our analysis, regarding the vacate order that you talked about, I just quickly looked up in the DOB website. It was issued on April 2nd, just last week, and it is regarding some kind of falling debris from the south facade, and that is the cement stucco. The cement stucco is just a covering of the concrete building that is to protect the surface of the building. So the stucco itself is not a structural element. And any building in New York City, it requires local law 11 that have to be done every 5 years to make sure the facade is in sound shape. And it sounds like this is one of the local law 11 item that the building owner have to be addressed. But based on our analysis, this building have very high capacity for the column itself because the column size is 24-inch diameter, even at the roof level. Just the pure concrete compression, even without reinforcement, is over designed for what it meant for. So we are very confident with our design, and we did many iteration to make sure what we placing on this roof is not overloading the existing column.
I was just told actually Richie is here. Richie, from the landlord. So maybe he can speak now too. Richie.
Hi. You hear me okay? In any case, I'd rather just be here in an answering question type of capacity, if you don't mind, because I didn't prepare any presentation.
Excuse me, Richie, what's your last name?
Herbst, E-R-B-S-T.
And I just wanted to add to Ivan's last comments. The design of the facility was always with the capacity in mind. So we would prefer to, have the ability to have more batteries on the roof, but that's not the case. The exact quantity of batteries and the equipment that we are putting on the roof is in accordance with the structural analysis. So it doesn't come from nowhere. We would love to have more capacity, but it was always the intention to make sure that we the number one, concern and item that we need to check is the structural capability to carry the load.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I know just one more one more comment on this subject. I'll let my colleagues. But it's hard to to believe that replacing a roof and then creating the infrastructure for this system would not cause vibrations or that would affect the facade or the covering that is currently bulging and falling apart. So I feel like that, would have to be totally shored up and tested and signed off on before could even think about doing construction on the roof.
Well, as we've just said, there's going to be there's a local law 11 cycle that's happening right now. So there's actually a facade study that's happening right now, and there's going to be people looking at the facade and repairing it. So it's not that somehow that stuff will not be addressed or looked at, right?
Yeah, and in addition, it's part of the design of the system. We have vibration padding to mitigate any vibration from transferring down to the building. So that's something that we are already committed to. And in addition to that, we are also adding ongoing vibration monitoring to the system. So this is something that the data is always going to be available, and the vibration mitigation can be adjusted as needed. So this is something that we are very aware of and we take seriously.
Okay, thank you. I've taken up a lot of time. Welcome my colleagues on either the Environmental Committee or Land Use.
Yeah, I have a couple questions actually. Sante, Micheli, and Land Use Committee. Yeah, I was wondering because I know the building and I have been seeing for decades definitely having problem. And it's very clear that reinforced concrete, one of the major problem, and you said the building was built in 1920, as soon as even earlier than 50 years, is actually still corroding. And one of the reasons we've been having element in the facade crumbling down, I believe we received letter from residents which they had problem in the past with things crumbling down even in their apartment, is because they still has corroded to a point which has caused the concrete to break. I don't think the owner of the building have never really accept kind of finding cosmetic remedy to really issue the degradation of the steel, which is a serious issue for a building. I'm wondering how will you, because this is not a problem is going to go away. Once you install this machinery on top of this roof, the roof will still need to be insulated. And even insulation in a perfect working building, they need to be consistently maintained to make sure that the building is consistently waterproof. So I'm wondering how you will manage that, how easy it will be, what the impact will be. And so those are serious issues. And the sound and the noise and the vibration, I know you brought very interesting, and I don't know exactly the data, but will you be willing, my question is, to have engineer and experts working, representing the resident and the community at large to really make sure that there is a voice that is really representing impartially, there's no other economic interest, to make sure that this is exactly what you're saying. Will you be willing to take the responsibility? What it would be your liability towards each tenant that may be there for a very long time.
So, Sante, thank you for the questions. I'll start with the noise concerns. We have the data to show that the design is mitigating any type of additional noise to the tenants in the community. Noise can be very easily measured, and this is something that we can always have additional data on. What we can provide, and this is something that I think we already did, is access to the data that we have in our model. So if you have somebody who's more experienced in the area and wants to look at it, they can. It's not really about independent research.
Yeah,
it's more about
they already look at our model and approve it, right? So they're already looking at that data and saying, what about this? What about this? What about that? What about that? So it's not that we're just here going, oh, we have this model. We have to go through a rigorous process with engineers that work for the state.
No, but my question was specific, even in long term.
You want to have a sound engineer come and look at our data? It's no problem at all.
No, but
I understand your question. You're asking about the future. Yes, you're talking about the future and how this is going to be happening when these systems is operating. And again, exactly in the same way that vibration works, noise is something that is very easy to measure. And this is something that the sound mitigation systems and the panels are adjustable. They can always be added, altered as needed. But the model that we created, which is very sophisticated, demonstrates that there is no additional impact on the tenants or the buildings next to 315 Berry.
Every engineer on this call who's done work here takes responsibility for the work they're producing.
And my question was different. Will you take responsibility
Yes.
if an issue will arise? You will be financially responsible for making sure a request of the tenants of the building to make sure that
if we cause some problem that's a normal thing. If we cause a problem, why would we not be that we're showing?
You know, actually, Tim, if I could answer Mr. Micheli, I remember you from the last call. I'm Monty Bannerman. I'm the CEO of the company. So let me make a very clear statement. We are the responsible party. We are responsible for our employee safety. We're responsible for the safety of the people in the building. We're responsible for the safety of the people in the neighborhood. We're responsible for the fire responders. If in the event they have to come out here, I will declare very clearly, we're committed to transparency. If there's anybody who's qualified to look at this data, it's going to be completely open and transparent. We are accepting responsibility for the design, engineering, installation, and construction of this. We will be owning and operating this plant for a very long time. These assets are designed to last 30 or 40 years. We're permanent features in the neighborhood. We live in the neighborhood. Our operation center is in the neighborhood. We are and will remain responsible fully for everything that we do and say to you. And when we say something to you, we mean it, and we're prepared to back it up. And we will remain that way forever.
I want to add that we are not just installing the system, we are installing and we're operating the system. So we're always going to be available to address any ongoing concerns from the tenants. Go ahead.
Also, bear in mind, there's a New York City noise code that is subject to proper regulation, that you can dial 311. You can contact DEP, you can contact your council person, your community board. There are very set requirements, something we analyze all the time with rooftop noise nuisances. And there's that's one of the things you can count on, actually, that if there's a noise code violation, it can be taken and it can be measured.
That was not my question. My question was, will you be financially sponsor a study to represent the tenants? Data, will you pay for a consultant that could provide this information impartially to the tenants?
Sure, we're actually, as I said to you, this data is open for examination by anybody. It's available by the city. We're perfectly willing to talk to somebody, but we will want to make sure that whoever is doing it is fully qualified to act on this behalf and isn't having an axe to grind. So I'd be willing to consider that. I would be willing to consider that. But first and foremost, we owe our responsibility to the authorities having jurisdiction over that. So we will remain primarily obligated to meet all the requirements of all the authorities who have jurisdiction. So we will not allow something that goes in conflict with the authorities that have jurisdiction. So I want to make sure that's clear. So I would consider it being responsible to find an independent engineer to come in and have a look at these and verify that we have met all the requirements that we stated and that what we say is there. But any engineer that comes to the table needs to understand our first and foremost obligation is to meet the safety and construction codes of the authorities who are responsible for guarding those codes, not something that's out of the mix. So yes, I would
this is Del Teague here. I just want to ask, you're talking about you're being responsible for any damage or any negative effects on the tenants. What legal document would make you responsible?
The tenant
what law?
The tenant, well, actually, what law?
What law or legal document are you
referring to? No, we're conforming to the city codes and the city requirements and the reporting and obligation responsibilities we have under this city rules and regulations. And there are a great many of them involved in this. Just about every authority in the city of New York has had a chance to review our plans and our designs and our processes and our permits.
Yes, but you're saying that you're of course financially responsible for any damage suffered by any tenant, any so I'm just wondering what legal
well, we're responsible
document
like
you're talking about.
Okay, so I guess I could. I'm not sure there's a specific one. If we're talking about civil litigation or violations of city regulations, we're responsible in the same way anyone else would be.
So
And
the tenants would have to bring you to court and sue you.
or issue a complaint to the necessary
Right.
authorities, as our consultant has said. These channels for issuing complaints are quite open and quite well established. And in addition to that, we will have a safety officer dedicated to this, and we will have tenant representation that anybody can contact us at any time.
Right.
I don't know what else we can do beyond that.
Well, a dedicated agreement with the tenant where could be a language that precisely specified the responsibility and the hiring of any consultant where should be qualified, but it should be at the choice maybe of the tenant. This is something that has not happened before. It's something new. It's something that potentially could have an impact. I believe, I hope this will never have an impact, a negative one. But because the community may not know that.
Which kind of consultant are you talking about? I mean, are you?
So Sante, again, if you have somebody in mind who's a qualified sound engineer and you bring that to the tenants and the tenants go to have that consultant look into it, we are open to the idea and we will share all the
that's not my role. I don't have, I'm
okay.
just talking to represent a portion of the community that may have this concern and may be an issue that will arise. And just
Sante, I think you've made your point, and I think the answer is that I think the answer is if the tenants have issues, they can call 311 or they can
call us.
They can call us.
Or they can call you.
The city,
right.
Whatever they need to do, but we are going to be operating the system. I'm the safety director of the company. My phone number and email is going to be available. I'm happy to address any type of concern and make sure that everybody feels safe and heard.
My concern is that so many of the tenants have written and taken the time out to write lengthy reports of how you have not been responsive.
I think we should address that.
Yes, I mean, Tim can speak to that in length because he's been sending all the communication out to the tenants. If you wanna jump in, I think a lot of the concerns that were expressed in writing are to do with a lot of the existing issues that the building is experiencing, which we understand and we plan to address. So some of it is, the ceilings, the linkage, the south wall, the facade, and we understand we're going to address that.
We should have the tenant speak. There are a lot of tenants here that should say something.
Before we do that, as the owner side of the building, I'd like to just state, as far as that is concerned, that it really pains me that this has become a contentious. When we signed up for this, I don't know, 2 years ago or so, I didn't dream. I thought this would be a smooth sailing project. It sounded win-win for everybody. As the ownership of the building, we don't have that much at stake, to be quite honest with you. Already, we have paid a price that's probably more than ever benefit from this agreement, but we're already committed to it at this point. But it's really regrettable that I had no idea this would trigger. We have had many years of quiet détente in the building between the ownership, because there is a history, a long litigation history with many of the tenants and some of the old management. That, my mind, was always in history, and it's been a long stretch of almost 20 years of peace and quiet, and this has woken up a lot of the old wounds, and it's basically a deja vu. It's the same tenants who are here now complaining, who were that time in contention. There are 55 tenants in the building, you understand, and most of them, I mean, they just fully on with this project. They would never even think twice about it. If you would ask them in person, they would be all for it. They would have all the check marks for a green project and all those things. It benefits the community, benefits the building, benefits everybody. It's the same tenants who have just for old time's sake have reawakened old contentions and old pain that have been through that I thought was already dead and buried. So I have regrets at that as far as that is regarded. Had I known this would cause that, I would have rethought the whole project from our side of it, to be honest with you. But it's not really fair to the neighborhood. It's not fair to the environment. It's not fair to the city. This project is much more bigger than just this building or even these tenants. It's a bigger issue that the city will have to be dealing with many more of such cases going forward. And if we're gonna, you know, and just actually, I don't want to go further than that, but that's my feeling as far as that issue is concerned.
All right. I just want to say, Isaac Sofer, I don't know if Isaac is, I know Isaac is here. He's on the chat. I don't know if he can speak. He had a comment that I thought needed clarification. I don't know if Isaac, if you can speak. Yes? Did you, Isaac, did you want to speak more on your comment?
Del, I only see a question from Isaac, and his question was, how many tenants are there? I don't.
Also, he had something about that they just wanted a variance.
Hello. There are 55
Yes.
tenants in the building, and they've all been notified many times by emails. They've gotten updates every time there's been testing in the building. All the tenants get an email, and they've gotten email about tonight's hearing, and they've gotten emails about the previous hearing with the community board. So all the tenants are aware of the situation.
Okay, Del, you can hear me? It's Isaac.
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Yes.
Steve Silver here. He's on, I think, and I.
No. Isaac is trying to speak now.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Isaac.
My question was direct. How many tenants is in the building?
Yeah.
How many?
55.
55.
How many tenants have been outreached to out of the 55?
All the tenants were reached out to.
Uh-huh. Okay, that was one question. The other question is, have you a mitigation plan is ready to share, or you committed to share it with the public and the tenants?
Are you speaking regarding the sound mitigation again? What specific mitigation are you?
No, the entire construction plan, the entire time of the construction, and the tenant protection plan that you're supposed to submit to the DOB during construction, and all the companies that are going to do the work.
Okay, so you are asking about the construction mitigation. So
Asking about the tenant protection plan, yes.
yeah, so we, of course, in order to get the permits for this project, one of the steps that we have to do when pulling a permit, we will have to provide the tenant protection plan. What we have done so far, which is a little bit more elaborate than the generic tenant protection plan, which is just a very standard form and narrative. We already developed a full logistics and site safety plan to show exactly how the construction is going to happen. Everything from, deliveries to the site, adding a sidewalk, shed, and overhead protection, minimizing dust. So all of these items they're covered by the tenant protection plan, but we already went ahead and developed specific drawings to support that. And we are, of course, we're going to share that. And I think we maybe already did share part of it, but if anything is missing, we can always add that. It's public information. It's something that is always also posted to the TOB website. There are no secrets on the tenant protection plan. And we are also very open to hear about comments. If any of the tenants have specific concerns and special needs, we're here to hear about it.
Is there any benefit for the tenants themselves about the energy that this building will provide?
Yes, I mean, they are part of the community and they're going to be the closest to the energy injection back to the grid. So the way energy storage works is it's going to support the buildings that are in the area of 315 Berry. The first benefiter of the project is going to be the building itself. It's the closest to the location. So in the event of a blackout or brownout or an extreme climate event, the tenants of 315 Berry are going to be able to keep their lights on, their Wi-Fi working, while maybe other neighborhoods that don't have this type of system are going to be, sitting in the dark without a working elevator and air conditioning.
Let me ask you this: Are you company committed to do more projects like this in the area?
are we committed to doing more projects like this? What was the rest of it?
In in our area.
I mean, we want to, and as Tim was talking about the network, and let me show this slide again on the screen. We surveyed more than 200 locations in this specific Williamsburg network. There is a need for many more of these projects. Our project is going to help the immediate area of 315 Berry, but in order to actually meet the demand of the network, you're going to have multiple locations. So this is obviously not just for this network. This is for the entire city too, and that's why it's called a microgrid. It's something that is being implemented within the community and supports the immediate area where it's installed.
There's going to have to be hundreds of these before we're done, many hundreds of these across the city. And we're going to those areas that are most at risk today.
All right, well, I know there are other people who want to speak. Yes?
I'd just like, can I ask a few questions, Del, really quickly?
Yes.
I'm wondering why, I'm going to ask 3 or 4 questions. Why is that it's not in a manufacturing zone? That's where this should be, not in a top of a residential building. To quote, it'll meet the noise code, but we all know that can be insufferable, even if it's under the noise code, if you're right there as a resident. And you said vibration is not a lot of concern, to quote. Any vibration can drive a person crazy. This should be in a manufacturing zone. I'd like to know, who did you meet with, the local politicians and community leaders? Please name them. And I'd like to know, how much is the owner of this building being paid? And specifically, how much? And if this is to go in, which I'm not so sure that it should, are the tenants going to benefit financially from this too, those who have to suffer from the noise, the construction, and the
So Katie, I appreciate your question. I think the comment about vibration was more to the effect that it's not a major concern with this specific system because it doesn't produce a lot of vibration. We don't mean to say that vibration is not a concern. Obviously, if you have something vibrating above your head, that's going to be a nightmare, and we don't want to have that happen to anybody. That's why we are installing the vibration padding and the active monitoring of the vibration. That's maybe a kind of a misquote there, but definitely not our intention. When we say that we meet the codes, this is there is a reason for the code, and Kevin maybe can add and speak to that, but also what we were doing in our design and our intention was to show no impact. So it goes a little bit beyond that. You know, we really put a lot of effort to look at the existing conditions and sound in the area and make sure that we don't make the situation worse.
So please, can we move on, because it's getting very late. We understand that you're saying that you have to meet the codes, but can you answer Katie's other questions?
I'd like to address her first issue. I'm going to say, well, we respectively, you know, I understand why you would think that this belongs in an M district, but I'm going to say, if you think about the actual what happens in a power outage, the most important thing you can do, speaking as a New Yorker who's lived through these, is how do you make sure your air conditioning is still running for the elderly people in your building who could be hit with heat stroke in these extreme heat events? How do you make sure your elevators are still working when someone needs to be taken out of the building?
We have manufacturing districts right next to us. They're all around here. Yeah,
No,
that doesn't answer the question.
Del, it's actually a really simple answer, if I can just answer this.
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks. So Richard Lobel, Sheldon Lobel, just everyone realizes why we're here. There was a slide about this, but it's a special permit application at BSA. The whole reason we're here is because public service establishments like this, under 7314, in residence districts, they can locate, provided they make 2 findings. Now, understand something. The board heard a variance application before ours. Variances are what the BSA grants contrary to the law. A variance application, when they came in for a residential building in an M district, that's asking the board to do something contrary to zoning law. Special permits like this are different. Special permits say, if you meet the narrow findings of the special permit, you get the special permit. It's actually a legislative duty of the BSA to grant the special permit. So the reason that it's not in a manufacturing district is because they meet two findings. Number one is the use will serve a residential area within where it's proposed to be located, and that there are serious difficulties in locating in a district where it's permitted as of right from which it could serve the residential area, which make it necessary to locate in the district. And that was the slide which talked about the fact that they've looked at over 200 sites and have been unable to locate. It's not that it's impossible. It's not that there's no possibility it can locate in a residential district. There's special permits like that which talk about no practical possibility. That's not this, that there's serious difficulties. The second finding is that the lot area is a minimum of 4,500 square feet. So in answer to the question, the zoning resolution and the Department of Buildings dictates this to be a use group 6D use. It's not a manufacturing use. It's like a use group 6 is like a commercial use, like any commercial use you'd see on the street. And they say in these narrow cases it's appropriate. So we appreciate all the safety concerns. I literally have never had a client which has been so engaged with trying to figure out what's going on and to try to solve it. But as far as why it's not in a manufacturing district, that's the reason why, because it can be here if they meet these two findings.
I also have to say, I'm very surprised that nobody in this community is worried about the graphs that we showed you. I mean, you understand how terrible it was for California to lose power for a long period of time. You understand how many people died when Texas lost power for a long time. We're telling you, look, this is not my graph. This is Con Ed showing what your power that you're using in this neighborhood. And they're telling you that you guys are in trouble. And so we're trying to do something to fix this problem. And I guess you guys are just saying, well, problems doesn't matter. I really don't understand.
Excuse me, if you're going to, I don't think this is I don't see any point in insulting the committee and the community.
I'm just
And I
surprised.
didn't hear anyone say that these graphs didn't matter. People have raised concerns about this particular building.
I didn't mean to insult anybody. It's just surprising. That's all.
Well, I mean, you didn't mean to, but you did.
Yeah, Del, can I just
really.
interject something?
Yeah.
I think.
Yes, please.
I generally agree with what Tim is saying. I mean, in general, I really like the project in terms of just, the battery storage, et cetera, et cetera. But as Willis alluded to, there's a trust issue here with the tenants and the building owner and with microgrid. So I feel like to me that's the issue. We have to solve a trust problem. I feel like this type of system could really potentially go on any building, and I feel like it's potentially the future, if we're dealing with energy and with climate change and that sort of thing. But I feel like I hope soon we'll hear from the tenants. And I feel like that's where resolution needs to happen in terms of feeling safe, feeling heard, those types of things. That's my opinion.
So we have to move on. Does anyone want to feel that we are ready for a motion? Does anyone want to hear more specifically from the tenants? We've been getting comments in the chat.
The tenant should have a right to speak in the public forum.
Who is this speaking?
This is Willis.
Willis.
We've read
Okay.
the comments, we've read the letters, but I just feel like there's a lot that.
So how many, okay, so which tenants, we have to limit this because we still have to go through a very detailed.
Can they raise their hands in the?
Yeah, I don't know, can they? Jerry, I don't know how this works.
They can just unmute themselves and speak.
Oh, there you go.
Hi, I'd like to speak.
Yes. Your name?
My name's Olivia Silver. I've lived at 315 Berry Street for all my life. I live on the 7th floor. A lot of the points I want to make have already been brought up. Actually, I had written something. I had prepared something to read. So if I would, I'm going to do that. I'd like to emphasize, which it has already been said, that this is a residential building. And while it may have been well built, it hasn't been properly maintained at all. The building, like many people have already said, is in really bad condition. There are multiple open DOB violations, like people mentioned. A big chunk of the external facade fell from the 6th floor. There's going to be mandatory scaffolding in May. We've already talked about the garden and the downstairs dumpster area that is under a mandatory vacate order. In our apartment alone, there's cracks in the walls and in the ceiling, pieces of concrete that fall off the walls and the ceiling every now and then. And every time it rains, the water seeps in through the walls. I'd like to say, to clarify this, through the walls, there are no leaks from the ceiling, and we have massive floods every time heavy rain hits, every single time. This is going to be a massive project. I don't think that the construction aspect of this has been properly addressed, because the proposed work is going to cause tremendous disruption in the building, which is going to be harmful to all the tenants. For us, this means at least 4 months, because they're saying 4 months, but I doubt that it's going to last that long, really, of heavy construction work. They're trying to remove a whole water tower from up on the roof. This is a cement building. The noise carries. You can hear the elevator move up and down like it's right by your ear. When somebody's walking up on the roof barefoot, you can hear it clearly. So imagine having multiple people up there doing heavy construction work every single day for 4 months, a minimum of 4 months. And I'm going to say, I was here both days when people from companies came last month to test, and the noise was completely unbearable. It started at 8 and it ended at 3 for 2 days straight. And it was like you couldn't think, you could not be at home. It was impossible to be at home. And the reality is that if this work happens, it's going to be impossible for me and my family to continue living here. Like I said before, I've lived here for 24 years. I have my entire life established here. My father has lived here for over 40 years. He's an artist. He has his studio here, all of his work here. He can't work under these conditions. He can't work when he's outside of the house and away from his studio. My parents are in their 60s and 70s. I can't begin to stress how much distress this has caused my mother, who can't handle noise like this. They don't have to suffer this. They don't have to be forced to leave their homes because of this, because this building needs structural repairs. It doesn't need a preventative project for something that hasn't happened yet, for an outage that hasn't happened yet. No matter how important that is, I'm sure there are much more suitable buildings that aren't falling apart in the neighborhood within their structure. As far as I know, this is a multi-million-dollar project. I'm sure the company has the budget to find a building that is much better suited and structurally sound, that doesn't have people living underneath. I'm going to say two more points, and I'm sorry if I'm heated, because this makes me really angry and this concerns myself and my family, and it's something I'm very passionate about. They said there's been company outreach. That outreach has only been to tenants who directly reached out and emailed either the community board or the BSA expressing complaints. That is to tenants who were already aware about the project. And for the most part, they were aware because I have been calling as many people as I could whose contact info I had in the building and letting them know about what was going to happen. Even people, my next door neighbor on the 7th floor, she lives here too. She's lived here for 30 years. She had no idea that this was going to happen. They sent in an email asking to come in to test the cement in people's units. Someone from the 6th floor, when I told him that this was for the project on the roof, he said, "Oh, I thought they were coming to fix the leaks. I thought that's what they were testing." So there's been no specific project information given about this. The only notice I've seen has been 3 days ago, and it wasn't about this meeting. It was about the BSA meeting on the 13th, and that was only after I directly emailed Tim with my concerns and said that there was no information. And then right after that email, there was a notice posted downstairs. That isn't following protocol. That's not open communication or transparency. I'm sorry, but that's bullshit. There's been everyone here, and sure, there's not a lot of tenants here. Yeah, because the majority of the building has no idea that it's going to happen. And they have a right to know. They shouldn't have to be, like I've been, contacting the community board on my own, calling the BSA, Googling for hours to try to find out what this is about, because it directly impacts my life and my parents' lives. And also, the last thing I'll say is that as far as I'm aware, the company has never done an installation of this kind before, on top of a rooftop, again, in a residential building with people living directly underneath, especially not in a building that's 118 years old, that's literally falling to pieces. Everybody is complaining about this. We're not crazy. It's not in our heads. We live here. We've experienced this noise, and we will continue to experience this noise or be forced to leave our houses because of it. And I think that's totally inhumane. We're in the middle of a pandemic. everybody's at home. Everybody's working from home, studying from home. I am home 97% of the time. So this was done to the people from the company or to my landlord, do it on their building, and they'd be in the same position I'm in right now, complaining just like I am right now. I'm sorry that I was heated or agitated and I spoke really quickly, but that's how I feel. Thank you.
Well, according to the chat, you speak for the other tenants who are here tonight.
Bill?
Yes?
Yeah, it's Richard. So I just want to point out one additional aspect of the zoning section. Panel says the BSA may appropriate conditions and safeguards to minimize adverse effects on character surrounding area, which perhaps you also determine that to be the building, include requirements for soundproofing, construction of fences, barrier, safety devices for screening of apparatus for landscaping. So, for example, if this project is something BSA to approve, they could put a lot of obligations. For example, that issue of the roof, right, not being watertight. There might be ideas. So if the community board wanted to say whether they take a position in favor or not, that these are the following problems that need to be addressed, that's something the board could consider.
Okay, thank you. So that we could say that whether we approve or not, we can say that we think that BSA would need to address the repair of the roof, what kind of safety provisions are installed, what kind of one of my concerns is, what is this new roof system? What is that going to entail? I'm concerned that it's going to be such a significant renovation that it's going to actually cause people to have to leave their apartments.
Well, normally roofing systems can be added onto existing buildings, but perhaps that may be something the board, BSA, should be looking at construction details, understand, because that has to be done first, right? You could do a certain amount with the steel work, but ultimately you can't put the battery systems on unless you have an integral roof system.
Right, and this is a concrete roof. This is not a normal roof.
Right, but still adding systems above concrete is not much different than a steel deck that happens to have a layer of concrete above it. So it's just additional amount of concrete, but you're putting on these rubberized systems. So perhaps the construction details might be something you would want BSA to be intimate with.
Okay,
so the other thing is,
okay.
And the other thing is the tenants in general warrant a habitability. So even though this is a deal with the landlord, again, if this were to need, the landlord has to be responsive through the requirements that the law provides through a warrant of habitability. So whether the tenants need to better understand what their rights are within a warrant of habitability, that's something, and Marty Needleman would be great listening to this, but some guidance to help them understand their rights through construction and beyond. Again, if this were to move forward, is something the community board could at least put out there in terms of open issues that should be addressed.
So you're saying that we can. I'm wondering if this is something we have to decide on now. It seems to me the tenants need to be educated as to their legal rights and what the warrant of habitability means. And I think it's also important that the tenants should know what they're talking about with respect to fixing this roof. It may well be that the details involved in putting in a new roof system might be very much to the tenants in the tenant's best interest, but I don't get the sense that there have been really cohesive meetings with the tenants as a group, answering their questions and giving them details of exactly what to expect.
And normally, say notification is to ownership, not to tenants.
Right.
So, you know, what steps you may want to see to make sure that the tenants get to fully participate in aware of the BSA process is something to consider.
Richard, I'd like to ask, couldn't this be in a manufacturing area?
So
This is Kate Maslotarski.
Yeah, the use is allowed.
Barrett.
As Richard described, right, is where it can be as of right, and then where it can be according to meeting the findings of the BSA. The section, if anyone wanted to go on to the city planning site, is Article 7, Chapter 3. It's 7316 says public transit, railroad, or electric utility substations. I believe I'm looking at the section. Richard could correct me. But I believe that's what this is being filed under.
I'm not saying that this is disallowed here. What I'm saying is this could be in a manufacturing area, correct?
All right, let Richard answer.
It's it's allowed as of right in a manufacturing district. It's subject to a BSA standard, Board of Standard and Appeal findings, as Richard described. So the Board of Standards, if they look at the findings and say, well, this is the findings, the board will say yes. Says yes, it has the sentence that I read in terms of safeguarding, so avoid unintended consequences. So the board can planting ideas that the Board of Standards should consider in this particular situation.
Thank you, Richard. All right, we're going to have
I'd like
to
to say
come up
something.
to some kind of a vote. Yes?
I'd like to say something. I'm one of the tenants.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Steve Silver. I live on the 7th floor. First of all, this project, which initially was told to me was going to be 3 months. Now they're saying it's going to be 4 months. It might be longer than that. Is going to cause a major disruption in the lives of all of the tenants in the building, and especially us who live on the 7th floor. Having people walking on your head from 7 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the afternoon is untenable, and we will not be able to live here during that period of time. So we are going to be displaced by this project that they're putting on the roof. The other thing I'd like to say is that it was mentioned that this project is going to alleviate some great stresses on the electrical grid. But all I understand is it's going to alleviate 3 megawatts of power. That doesn't seem to be a lot considering all the stuff that they're going to do on the roof. 3 megawatts is nothing compared to the 3,000 megawatts that Con Ed is talking about in 2027. So it's a kind of a minimal project, but with a major disruption. Besides that, the structural problems in the building are tremendous, okay? And the landlord has never really been concerned about taking care of them, all right? The landlord is somebody who comes across as a very nice guy, but for instance, we have a freight elevator in.
All right, well,
Yeah.
so, I can't let this meeting devolve into, one side insulting the other.
Who am I insulting? I'm telling you something about what's going on here. I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just telling you how things are operating here. Okay, so I'm telling you that these guys are not exactly trustworthy. It's not insulting them.
We have an interesting concept here tonight of what's an
So-
insult, but it's okay.
Del, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I thought that if we, I think that if we want to hear from the tenants, we're going to have to be accepting of their comments and their feelings,
Del, can I
whether
talk?
they're for or against.
Del, you hear me?
I hear you, Simon.
Can I talk? Can I talk?
I don't know if Mr. Silva was finished.
No,
Mr. Silva?
I'm not finished. They're capable of taking a freight elevator that was perfectly usable and taking it out of commission illegally. So for instance, I have, the landlord said, well, I can take my paintings out of the window, all right, if I need to move them, all right? So, I mean, these guys aren't exactly giving you all the information all of the time. And we haven't really had the information here. Even though Tim is a very nice guy and is willing to talk to everybody, what I see is a small project making a lot of disruption. And it's not going to solve the electrical grid in the city. Okay? It's not going to solve much. 3 megawatts. They need 3,000. You're going to disrupt the lives of 55 people for at least 4 months. You should think about that.
Good. I just want to thank you, Mr. Silver. I just want to mention that Katie asked whether the landlord was being paid for this or how much, and that question wasn't answered.
Yes, I can address that. The landlord is being paid a market rent for the space, and just like every other facility we're putting in the city, we are paying market rents for the use of the space in all cases for all of these systems. And to answer your question, sir, this 3 megawatts of power is enough power to run 150 standalone homes for an entire month. So in the event of a power outage, it will definitely do a lot of good in the immediate area.
Okay, thank you.
Simon
wanted to say something. Simon, they're getting market rent. Simon, you wanted to say something. Simon?
Addressing the market rent that was stated, it's an insignificant amount. I tell you the truth, already I paid a price that is significantly more than the potential benefit. And, you know, in hindsight, I don't know if we did the right thing, but in going with this, it's really, I don't have enough in this in order to make the tenants right. But what I do know is that the company Microgrid have spoken to the tenants and they've extended themselves. And I understand they've offered mitigating or alternate housing to the tenants. There's not enough in it from my point of view. I should be able to provide that, but I have participated, and I've, in other words, to the extent that the amount of money that the rents that the tenants pay on the 7th floor, I've said the 4 months that they're going to be disrupted, I've forgiven that rent. And in addition to that, Microgrid, from what I understand, went ahead and supplemented that and made them an offer where they can relocate. But I don't want to get into the details. I don't know what the details they've made. But again, all that has to come from them, not from the ownership, because there's not enough in it for the ownership of the building to participate more than that, if I made myself clear.
Simon, and then we really have to make a decision here. Yes.
Daddy, can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I hope my phone gets. I'm calling in, but I'm online as well. But listening to all the comments from all the sides, so it has to be broken down. The issue here, the biggest problem we hear from the tenants is the issue of the tenants. You know, issues of the building, the tenants. That's one issue. The other issue is regarding the actual project itself. We don't hear much complaints about it. We need the electric, we need the grid. Con Edison is complaining that they need more power, you know, for the whole community. So what has to happen? I think has to happen that we should, I think, have the tenants set up a meeting just with the company and make sure their roof will be fixed. The roof will be fixed, and other issues of the building that will not affect whilst the construction is going on. And that's the most important thing we hear. The tenants, and as you said before, the roof will get a new roof. It will help the issues of the rain. Some comment was about raining in. This will be fixed while the construction is going on. So I think the tenants will eventually benefit. You know, there's some old friction going on with the tenants. They should work themselves out. But this project is a very healthy, important for the whole community, I think. And I think it's. I'll put in a motion to approve it.
I believe
I
the
would like
committee
to
is
speak.
questioning this.
There is a motion to approve. Does anyone second it? Okay, no one seconds the motion. Do I have any other motions?
I have a motion. I have a
Yes.
motion that a location be sought in the manufacturing district.
That what?
A location be sought in a manufacturing district.
That, I don't think that's a motion that's addresses this. The motion is whether we
Okay.
approve, we
Okay.
disapprove, we approve with conditions, we disapprove.
Adele,
Okay,
can I
my
mention
my
one more?
motion is that we disapprove this because of the burden that it will be on the tenants during during the construction of it and after. And that it be sought, location be sought in a manufacturing district.
Does anyone second that motion?
I second the motion.
Okay, roll call vote.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Maria Vieira, Maria Vieira,
I'm thinking about it. I guess so. Yes.
Guess what?
Yes.
Gina McKeever,
Yes.
Gina Barros, Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater, Erin Drinkwater. No vote. Moisha Indig. No vote. Ozina Kaminsky.
No.
Avram Katz. No vote. Abraham Leibovitz. No vote. Sante Michelli. Sante Michelli.
Yes. Sorry.
Rabbi Niederman. No vote. Karen Nieves. Karen Nieves. No vote. Isaac Sofer.
No.
Isaac Sofer.
No.
No. Robert Solano. Robert Solano. No vote. Stephen Weidberg. Stephen Weidberg. Excuse me. No vote. William Vega. William Vega. No vote. Simon Weiser.
Yes. William Vega.
Vega said yes.
William Vega votes yes. Simon Weiser.
No.
No. Michael Andrews.
Yes.
Keith Berger.
Yes.
Corey Canton.
Yes.
Michael Kowachka.
Abstain.
Meglin Lee. Kate Napolitarski.
Yes.
Allison Stone.
Can you please clarify the motion for me?
A yes vote is a vote to disapprove the project. And if I'm not correct, someone please correct me.
That's
No.
correct. Disapprove because of the burden that will be caused to the tenants and that they look for a site in the manufacturing district.
Okay.
It's not my turn, but I will say I think there's a lot of good of the project that could come of it. And you guys could essentially be the pioneers to do something. Lots of other cities do this and do it successfully, and there could be a great silver lining. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, so noted. What's your vote? Yes,
What's
no,
your
or
vote?
abstention?
My vote is no. Thank you for clarifying.
No, thank you. You're welcome. I will, also the environmental committee wants to vote on this also?
Yes, yes,
Will there be
yes.
on the same
Yes.
motion?
Yes.
All right, but I'll call that motion separately because there's no way to do it as a combined vote, okay?
Well, I feel like we're voting, I don't see how the environmental committee can vote on the land use action if we want to make a motion basically on the environmental aspect of the project. Says in terms of either the system itself and or the construction issues, you know, with the integrity of the building and the potential environmental impact on the tenants. I feel like that's our purview.
So noted. Okay, the vote for the land use committee is 10 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. So the motion carries.
So Steve, does your committee want to vote on this
Or make a motion, a separate motion.
or make a separate motion?
Do we have a quorum for environmental?
Maybe we should check that out. We didn't before, but we could make a consensus recommendation.
Do you want a quorum call?
Sure.
Okay, this is a quorum call for the Environmental Protection Committee. 6 members are required to have a quorum. Stephen Chesler.
Here.
Eric Brusitis.
Here.
P. Willis Elkins.
Here.
William Klagsbold. Yo Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Here.
Excuse me. Janice Peterson. Bella Sable. Laura Hoffman. Kevin Costa. Daniel Grossman.
Here.
So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 5 members present.
Well, we could just make a consensus recommendation. I'd like to basically make a motion not to recommend this project, though the just due to the issues with integrity of the building, the impact on the tenants. I don't know, that would, did any of my colleagues have a comment about that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think to me personally, the key issue here is I think the idea of trying to relocate these energy systems outside of a residential area is, to me, not the issue right now. And to me, I would say we disapprove this project because they haven't satisfied any of the concerns of the residents in the building.
Yeah. Anyone?
And I think there are real concerns about the impacts of construction. So I don't know what the answer is to like try and appease those concerns, but that's kind of where we are.
Yeah, I feel like if there was an effort to have meetings with the tenants and the tenants put forth a proposal to feel like they would be satisfied, there's some way that this project could happen with terms that they would feel strong about, and there was a process to achieve that, then I potentially feel better about that. But as it is, how things have been laid out, yeah, I have a hard time recommending it, even though overall I like the idea of what microgrid is trying to do.
I have a
I agree with
question.
Stephen Willis.
This is Bożena Kamiński. I have a question.
But are you on that committee,
No, I'm not on that committee, but the question is the procedure.
I think you should allow the committee to
Yeah,
have their vote.
But if they don't have a quorum,
They can have a vote. They can have a vote and then it'll be a consensus.
Without a quorum?
Yes, it'll just be a consensus and Steve will be authorized to present it.
Yeah, the land use committee has done that numerous times.
Listen, nothing we wouldn't function if we couldn't do that.
Rosanna, as long as there's disclosure that there was not a quorum present, and this is a consensus of those committee members that were present, it's proper.
Yes, absolutely.
Dan, did you have something to say?
Can they have an opportunity to engage further with the tenants, as you mentioned, and potentially remedy their concerns? Is that something we can offer?
Yeah, I suppose we come in and say we're against the project as it's been presented due to the negative environmental impact on the tenants, the issues with the structural integrity of the building, the upkeep of the building. But if the landlord and microgrid were engaged with the tenants, and the tenants were to find find a resolution that they would be satisfied with, I think that'd be a good way. I mean, is that essentially what you're? Yep.
And frankly, I think that's certainly implied, if not directly understood from the motion that passed for the land use. Obviously, if the tenants were, if they would work it out with the tenants and they wanted to come back before us, then we could reevaluate.
Okay.
Thanks. Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So then I'd like to make a motion to not recommend this project due to the environmental impact of construction on the tenants, on the building, until there is engagement between the tenants of the building, the landlord, and microgrid, and a resolution is achieved that the tenants approve. How does that?
I'll second.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was Trina.
Yeah.
We only have 5 people, so all in favor, say aye.
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 All those against? Those abstain? Okay. Motion is approved.
Jerry, this is Dell. Could you just give me the numbers on the land use vote, the yes, no, and abstains?
10-3-1.
10-3-1. Thank you. All right. We have one more thing left. We have Dave Lambino, I think, is going to update us on the development plans for the site that was owned by Con Ed, the River Ring. And please just listen to this and listen with the understanding and the idea that you all know I asked you all to look at the positive declaration, the New York City Planning positive declaration about this site. There are lots of categories. There's going to be a meeting, a scoping meeting on April 26th at 2 p.m. virtual. I'm hoping several of us at least can attend that meeting. But the thing is that the comments on that meeting are due 10 days later. We will have a chance to meet again before the comments are due. However, we will not be before the full board. So what I'd like to do is put together comments tonight that we can present to the full board on the 13th. And perhaps if we all think if you'd like me to ask the full board, perhaps I could ask the full board if they would want to give us authority as a committee to add to those comments if more, if relevant questions come up at the scoping meeting that we think we would like to add. I don't know if the full board will give us that. So let's not assume we'll get it. So if Dave is still here, let's let him present, and then we will go over the positive declaration.
Thanks, Del. Thanks everyone for your time and service. Appreciate it. We're going to run through a quick, my colleague and I are going to run through a quick presentation, and then we can answer questions. We're here voluntarily, obviously. Wanted to bring you up to speed on what we've been doing for the last 15 months since we last saw you, changes that we've made, outreach we've done, answer questions you may have. But we'll try to keep it brief. We know everyone, it's been a long night. I think you all know Bonnie Campbell, my colleague. She's at Two Trees. She did the presentation about 15 months ago to this committee, and she'll take us through this deck.
Thank you. I think you're muted.
There we go. Okay, sorry. It's like, this is later than I've stayed up since the pandemic began. So, it's ironically, it's been, just over a year since I was in front of this board, the senior center, right before everything changed. And I'm pleased to say that, in spite of the real challenges that we've all been grappling with over the past 12 months, our team's been pretty hard at work on this project in an effort to address many of the concerns that were articulated actually at that meeting a year ago. We worked all of last spring and summer with city planning, with the other agencies to improve the site plan, to expand the public space as was duly brought up in that meeting, to increase the affordable housing, to reduce the footprints of the building, and to really begin to dig into the environmental impacts of this project and how we can do our part to mitigate them. And this is obviously something that we'll all get further into together during the scoping meeting. Let's see if I can advance the slide here. Right. Make this full screen. All right. So we've also, this is the site, just to remind you guys where we're talking about. Most people know it as the former Con Ed site. It includes those 3 parcels that span in front of the NIPA plant at the foot of Grand Street to North 3rd Street. We've also spent the past 12 months doing very deep and widespread community outreach to really the whole community board, North Side, South Side, Greenpoint, Bushwick. We've done dozens of meetings with a whole spectrum of stakeholders from groups like St. Nick's and Los Sures and El Puente, environmental groups, NYCHA, community leaders, and also our immediate neighbors north of the site. And as you would expect, the feedback has also been very diverse. There's environmental justice groups, affordable housing advocates, community leaders that have been very vocal in their support of the project. And there's been neighbors that continue to have and understandably have development fatigue, and they're worried about construction impacts and loss of views, overcrowding, constrained parking, and more change in an area that has seen an abundance of change since the 2004 rezoning. And while we can't address every concern, we think we've put together a very well-considered, well-intentioned, and I believe improved from last year plan that will make the wider community, the neighborhood, and the city a better place to live once this project is complete. And I hope that this committee will agree that we've been a good and important development partner in this neighborhood. Our track record at Domino and elsewhere at living up to our promises is strong. We are also stakeholders in this neighborhood with Domino and with this site, and we do what we say, and we very much prioritize our commitments to this community. They're kind of the major areas of change since I sat before you January 2020, and I'll keep this pretty quick, but through our work with city planning and compressing the building building footprints, we have been able to significantly improve the open space in both quantity and quality. The footprints of the buildings are more slender. That does make the buildings a bit taller, but they take up much less of the open space. We've really dug into the engineering on the resiliency. We've been able to use this year to do much more modeling with the wave breaks and the infrastructure so that we're designing something that's forward-looking 100 years, not 10 years, not 50 years. This is something that will protect not just this property, but hundreds of properties to the east and north of the site as really kind of a new model for waterfront development. We've really improved, and this is in large part thanks to city planning, the public realm at the ground floor where the buildings hit the park so that it doesn't feel like a private building landing on a public park like you see in many other places. And it really kind of integrates the two. I think you'll find that the public programming in the park is much expanded. The playground area, the nature trails, you can walk nature trails and wetlands for a half a mile now with the way that the park has been redesigned, and then more units of affordable housing. And I'll kind of go through some of this quickly because you may perhaps remember it from the past, but these were really our overarching goals for the open space with connectivity, programming, community engagement, but really habitat restoration and resiliency, a new kind of park for New York. And in terms of the project goals, I won't read through all of these, but a few that have really coalesced over the past year as real underpinnings to this project. The first being resiliency. We see a real opportunity for this project to pilot a new approach to shoreline infrastructure, that New York can finally take cues from its European counterparts when it comes to dealing with climate change and the health of our waterways proactively. And we think this project is going to go a long way to demonstrate that. The second goal that's really kind of coalesced is around equity. And equity, I mean in the form of environmental equity, getting people that live in this community board who don't have the opportunity to really engage with New York's ecosystem, actively engaged in the public space. And I mean social equity, having low-income housing in a high opportunity area like this. It's expensive to do. It does take subsidy, but the integration and the diversity that we're seeing emerge from the beginning of the Domino redevelopment process has been incredibly encouraging from our standpoint, and we think it's a fundamental approach to curbing gentrification in this neighborhood. So I'll just take you through the kind of master planning approach quickly here. As you'll recall, wanting to connect the waterfront, wanting to bring the water actually into the city and create a softened shoreline and really compress the building footprints to really the outermost parts of the site and create a new model for a different type of waterfront park. And here is River Rings. And as we zoom in, you'll be able to see a bit more of the change. So this is the site currently, and you can see the existing shoreline with the white line. And this is what we're proposing. It's a significantly enhanced open space. It's about 5 times what is traditionally required by the zoning resolution for a waterfront public shoreline. And the programming is expansive. I don't know if my mouse is showing up here, but this whole nature play area, and you'll see some of the renderings, is actually massive. And one can take these nature tidal trails, and as I said, they can walk for nearly a half mile through this open space. We've greatly expanded the tidal wetland and created trails, exploratory trails around it, so that people can get really up close to the ecology of the space and the river. The beach, we were able to kind of use the work that we did with the hydrologists and engineers to move the beach to a location where it won't wash out because of the positioning of the wave breaks and the outland infrastructure. So here you can see there's really 3 pieces of the resiliency here. There's a wave break here, and then each of these are wave breaks as well. So they serve to reduce the wave energy by upward of 80%, which is important both in a storm surge and as sea levels rise to protect the upland and really fundamentally the neighborhood east and north of the site from some of the damages of superstorms and climate change. This is just a quick walkthrough, and I know everybody's tired of some of the, the new and improved park. You can see the beach is quite expansive and accommodating. There's lots of room for in-water calm recreation, which is unique to this part of the river. as you know, the tides are very strong here. So utilizing those wave breaks to create a calm in-water environment really gives the opportunity for us to partner with Billion Oyster and with Brooklyn Boat Works and kayaking groups to kind of create water that people can interact with in a meaningful way. Again, here are some more of the renderings from the outposts. When you walk out on the nature trail, there's all kinds of opportunities for education out here. We really have a great list of partners that we've been working with. Billion Oysters already, we got them going at Domino and here, same with Brooklyn Boat Works. They were out during the pandemic engaging school kids in COVID-safe outdoor ecological activities, and there's going to be a great opportunity for that here. The project still has the YMCA, the partnership with YMCA. You can see a rendering. It's going to go hopefully in the north building here. And they'll be running their second grade swim program, which allows second graders to become water safe free of charge, and that'll be open to this community. We think that's a tremendous benefit. And then you can begin to see in this lower diagram, and I think you'll see it better subsequent slides here. Yes, the arcade. So really working with city planning, we developed a design idea where you actually kind of move the building back from the facade, which allows like a different kind of public realm that sits in between the park and the community uses on the ground floor. So some of them will be shaded, and it'll allow opportunities for different types of public programming against the park, and really open up a huge part of what used to be building as part of the public realm. This is a view down Metropolitan Gateway. You can see those arcades and esplanades here. They're not counted in the park calculations, but in reality, it adds like a tremendous amount of footprint to the public realm here. This is a view down North 3rd Street, 184 Kent here, and again, the YMCA on the second floor. Some of the sustainable building strategies that we've dug into over the past year, we're actually huge proponents of the microgrids, to be honest, and it's something that we hope to and intend to include in this development going forward. We think it's absolutely essential for New York to become carbon neutral and reduce its reliance on fossil fuels. Having a distributed network of microgrids, we think, is absolutely essential. The on-site wastewater treatment, this is something we're doing at Domino, and I'm excited to say that we have sign off from the agencies and are in the middle of our construction documents to build an on-site water treatment plant at Domino, which we'll also do here, that will treat 100% of the wastewater generated from Domino. So we're not going to be putting anything back into the DEP sewer grid that needs to be cleaned up in Greenpoint. We're really excited about it. There's been a few other developments in New York that have done it, and we plan to do it here too. And again, just in terms of this, approach to resilience and slowing, the traditional kind of bulkhead edge is what you see normally up and down the East River. And what we're doing here, obviously, is pulling that out and softening it with these wave breaks, which has both the resiliency benefits, but also really significant ecological benefits. And, I think we may have shown something like this before, but you can see in these two diagrams, the one on the left without the breakwaters and the one on the right with the breakwaters, how much energy from the waves comes out. We have almost placid water here. And the wave breaks, they're almost like flower pots at the top of the water. They don't go down through the water column, so there's still water flowing underneath them. Here's a nice cross section where you can see what the wave breaks look like and what types of ecology and installations it enables. And frankly, these things all really work together. So the wetland can't exist without the wave breaks, and the wave breaks alone don't stabilize the shoreline in a way that promotes resilience and can really stay intact. You need both working together. You need the plants and the species and the armorage on the shoreline, in addition to the breakwaters out in the water. Affordable housing, we've been able to squeeze now 263 affordable units, all of which will be available at an average of 60% of the area median income or rents for families at those levels. As with Domino, I mean, I think we have a very strong philosophy that integrating these affordable units in this neighborhood goes a long way in breaking the cycle of poverty and allowing families to stay in neighborhoods where they are now. It's something we feel strongly about and are very proud of. And I think, you know, in aggregate, when you take Domino and this site together, it represents a very significant economic diversification of this neighborhood. And I think it goes a long way in curbing some of the gentrification that's come with market rate condominium development in the area. And then I'll just kind of limit it here, overview of the benefits, but I'm sure you guys will want to get into questions that Dave and I can hopefully answer. Obviously, we're at the very beginning of this process. The scoping meeting's at the end of the month. There'll be a public process after that. So we'll have plenty of time to engage with you guys, and we're always available to you know, continue the discussion and hear everybody's thoughts whenever it's convenient for you guys. And with that, I'll turn it over back to you, Del, for questions.
Okay, thank you. I have one question. With respect to the YMCA, have you entered into an enforceable agreement with the YMCA? If not, will you be doing that before construction?
Yeah, we have a mutually signed, executed agreement with them. So that's the answer to that. Of course, we'll be working with them on like the exact design and everything as we get much closer to construction.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions?
I do, Deb.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a couple. First, your rezoning to C6-2, which, if I understand correctly, has uses like hotels and department stores. Is there, intention to bring hotel rooms into the building?
No, especially now with that special permit requirement. No, no, there's no intention at all. The only reason, there's two reasons that there's C6-2. The buildings get kind of deep towards the bottom. There's a thought, and residential becomes less efficient when the building flares out like that. So it's possible that in those, the YMCA will certainly take up a big portion of that. But on the other building, perhaps there might be a small office component. I think that's what we're showing in the EIS right now. And, you know, we do, as we did at 10 Grand, 1 South First, the first Domino building on the waterfront, we do like integrating office and residential. We think it creates kind of like a nice, lively dynamic in the building. We're certainly not going to do a hotel. We've never done the type of retail that you discussed. You know, that's not at all our intent. And we'd be happy to limit ourselves during the process. Oh, and the other reason is for the microgrid, frankly, because to have a microgrid, we need the C designation in order to not have to go through the variance process that you guys just spent 2 hours discussing.
Right. All right, thanks. One other question is the, I guess maybe we're referring to as seaward area or the riparian area, or since you're building structures in the water, are you able to get access to additional, open space acreage that is increasing the floor area and the size of your buildings?
Great. No, the answer, right now the site, the lot as it exists today, here it is 156,000 square feet of lot area. And, you multiply that times whatever the floor area permitted under the zoning is. We are going through this process and ending up with 156,000 square feet of lot area. So we're not creating any new lot area that's going to give rise to development. I think that was the core of your question. The other piece of your question, so a lot of this infrastructure is actually out here. And this is the reason that we've been able to work with DEC. DEC is very reluctant to allow new construction in the water column for habitat reasons. But because the infrastructure exists out there and because we're actually creating new net open water, where there's more cut here than fill, so to speak. It's actually it's very much in line with DEC's kind of resiliency strategies. So we're using the existing infrastructure that's out here from the old days when it was, a Con Ed. These were moorings for huge, like oil ships. we're going to be able to reuse that and essentially hang these breakwaters off of them like aprons that span between the existing infrastructure.
Okay, and how much, thank you, additional affordable housing you're offering now than before?
I think before we were at 250 units and now we're at 263 as just kind of as the building efficiency has taken shape. And, you know, we are working with all of the local affordable housing groups. And of course, the message is that, you know, everyone wants to see more and deeper levels of affordability. And, you know, that's all conversations we're engaged in and will continue to be engaged in as the process goes forward. You know, we want to put as much affordable housing here as we can, and to the extent that there's other programs available, or you know, we're gonna work with your community and your board and doing the best that we can here.
Thank you.
What is happening?
Excuse me, who is this?
This was Corey.
Corey, yes.
I wanted to find out on the note of affordable housing, what's going on with 1 South First Street and why the affordable housing isn't released there.
Great. I am more than happy to give a synopsis of our effort there. We're working closely with the state legislature to kind of restore the affordable housing regulation that was in place when we started the construction of that building. And everything that I say, I want you guys to feel free to go to St. Nick's and Los Sures, who we're working hand in hand with on this to really understand, you know, our sincerity behind it. But I want to be very clear about something. Through the chatter, I understand there's an allure, particularly from folks that are opposed to the River Ring project, to find kind of a gotcha with what's going on with Domino 1 South First. And that kind of calls into question our company's integrity, implies that we don't make good on our promises during the ULURP process. And that is not how Two Trees operates. That's not our track record, and that's simply not the case here. I want to be super clear about that because this is not a gotcha and we're not going to get into that. The fact of the matter is that 1 South First was financed by a lender, and in the middle of construction, the rent laws were changed in June 2019, okay? There is not a provision to grandfather this project. And as a result, if we were to meet the requirements of our loan and the requirements of the new program, we would have to provide 30% of the units at 130% of AMI. In fact, the 4 other projects in your community board that were in the same predicament, that's what they all did. They provided 30% of the units at 130% of AMI. Now, because we committed to this board and this community and our nonprofit partners here to deeper levels of affordability, we put our word that we are going to work with the city and work with the nonprofit partners to do AMIs below 80%. We were front and center. We took it to the press. We took it to the electeds. We said, hey guys, this was an inadvertent, we're kind of an inadvertent outlier that was overlooked by the legislative fix here. We don't believe that the state legislator wanted a project like ours to have higher AMIs, 30% at 130% of AMI. And in fact, that's what we've heard from every elected we've reached out to. So we're working tirelessly to correct this problem. In the meantime, we have 30% of our units not occupied. We're basically foregoing $2.5 million in rent to try and fix this problem and live up to our word. So I won't get caught in a gotcha here for people who are opposed to River Rings, because we're the only developer in the community board who stood up to say, hey, like, we're not just going to switch to 30% at 130. We're fighting hard, and we could use your help. If anyone wants to reach out to their local elected officials, like, we want that.
Bonnie, just to respond to that, I did reach out to our local electeds because, you know, I agree with you to some degree that if the 421A changes, there is an issue, and there can be an issue for developers who are trying to meet their obligations. But what I found out from them was the following statement: it is the position of the City of New York and HPD that Two Trees should meet their obligations and that there are no government barriers to doing so.
Yeah,
they made a commitment.
Those obligations are 30% at 130. We don't want to do that.
Well, there are actually a few different. I mean, I think that this is not the best use.
Developer in the community board who didn't just immediately, that was mid construction like us, that didn't flip to 30 at 130. And we might have to too. If Corey, if we're not successful, then what they're saying is, yes, you can meet the requirements of this program, and they are right. I can meet the requirements of this program. I'm trying to do better than that, and I'm trying to live up to my commitment as a town. I don't have to, and ultimately, I can't afford to forego $2.5 million in rent. I can't, right? The building can't sit there. We're paying full taxes. We're getting no tax abatement right now, 0. So I can't afford to do this forever, but I'm fighting my fucking hardest to get it done.
All right, now I'm going to have to intercede here because we have to go all across. We understand we've got a good 45 minutes to deal with this. No, I'm talking to the board member, to the committee members too. We need to stick to this project, this presentation, and because I don't want then people just not, just leaving and leaving this for 2 or 3 of us to come up with our responses for the scoping. I do have a question with respect to nonprofit, affordable housing nonprofits. I would request that you also, I know that you've reached out to a number of them on the south side. I would recommend that you also reach out to some of the nonprofits on the north side, like for instance, the People's Firehouse, nonprofits who manage and deal with low income housing. So
Great.
Anyway, I'm not going to take up your time on anything else. I'll just see who else has any other questions.
Hi,
And
sorry, I'm a
let's-
member of the public and I'd like to make a comment.
Well, first you can't yet. We're on first board members,
Okay.
committee members. I mean, not committee members.
Hi there, Allison Stone. I had put a question into the chat. I just wanted to know, and maybe it was already in the presentation, but if you can speak a little bit about the timeline of this project. I know we're all really concerned about the construction in our neighborhood. I have a hotel going out up with a toddler who I expect to nap every day. And, I'd love to learn a little bit about what the timeline is, and is that something that is you're willing to stick with, or is it going to be delayed from here on out? Would love to hear, where you're at with that. Thank you.
So, I mean, I can speak to that, or Dave, you can jump in if you want, but, we've been working on this for 2 years. We're moving as fast as we can. Obviously, COVID did delay things for us. We were, excited to be entering the scoping process. We're going to do all of the environmental due diligence that's required that comes out of that scoping process. We hope to get this thing approved as soon as possible and break ground shortly thereafter. It's not a short, there's a lot of in-water work here, which I don't think will be terribly disruptive to folks, but it's very time intensive, all of that marine construction. So it does have a long timeline. We have said, like we said in the public forum at Domino, that we would build a park up front with the first building, which is an enormous endeavor. We intend to do so. So, it's going to take 5 years or so to construct this entire thing. So, not foreseeing no delays, we'll deliver it within that time frame.
Okay, and one more question relating to the affordable housing. I think it's come up in a lot of conversation, not just with the River Ring project, but certainly throughout the entire evening. I think a lot of us personally know people who have struggled with affordable housing. I also am quite desperate to find a single male, single dad in the neighborhood housing. I've been working at it for close to 4 months, and I've been completely unsuccessful, knocking on lots of city officials and people's doors, begging for help. So, of course, I heard you say too, Bonnie, that Two Trees holds themselves, responsible for contributing to the community in certain ways and giving back and making sure there's affordable housing. And, I just hope that commitment is true, and would love to hear as things progress. I think, there seems to be a lack of collaboration between the community and certain developers in the neighborhood. And perhaps if we were able to gain a deeper understanding of what we could do as a community to help fill those spots and make it so that we're not in the dark either. We could all work together collectively to create an even better community. And thanks for listening as well.
Yeah, we couldn't agree more. Dave, maybe you want to, I can even go to the heat map. I think what we found to be particularly exciting about what's happening at Domino is the number of local community board residents who are applying for and getting these units. Dave, why don't you go ahead while I flip to that
Sure.
slide.
This is a slide that shows for 325 Kent, which was the first building that we built at Domino. This is a map of Community Board 1. You can see half of the community board roughly is within Steve Levin's district and half is within Councilmember Reynoso's district. This map is a heat map that shows where approximately 3,200 applications for our affordable housing units at Domino came from. So there were 3,200 units, applications from Community Board 1 members who wanted to improve their housing and applied to Domino. And you can see they're concentrated mostly on the south side. We heard from Williamsburg houses tonight. There were a lot of applications from Williamsburg houses. People who are trying to improve their housing situation. So this is a similar, this was for 40 and 50% of AMI. We expect a very similar turnout for an average of 60% of AMI. Thousands of applications from Community Board 1 residents to the new affordable housing at River Ring, and half of the affordable housing units, so roughly 130 something, are reserved for Community Board 1 residents. So you get a better, half of our units at Domino so far have gone to Community Board 1 residents. Half of them will go here. So you get an upper hand as a Community Board 1 resident if you're applying to the lottery for these affordable housing units. If Bonnie, want to show the other slide about 325 Kent?
Sure.
Just real quick, this is a snapshot of our first building at Domino. That was 40 and 50% of AMI. We met our 50% community preference. The average current income there was $28,000 a year. There are 16 formerly homeless households in that building. It's a real good mix in terms of race and ethnicity, and you can see the rents that people are paying are also very, very manageable.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from committee members?
Yes, this is Alex Sofer again. Sorry it's so late tonight. I have a question. People in the vicinity of the property are complaining that they are in the dark. Have you been reaching out to all the neighboring properties?
Go ahead.
No, we're doing our best. We reached out to the large condos in the vicinity, Northside Piers 1 and 2, 80 Metropolitan, and some others. But we'll brief anybody that wants to be briefed. If you all as a community board, as a committee, know of people we should be getting in touch with, I'm putting my email in this chat. We will brief anybody, anytime, on Zoom, in person, whatever is appropriate. We're happy to brief neighbors and people in the community board who aren't neighbors.
But how about property owners on Kent from River, North First, North Second? All of those were affected during construction and post-construction and rezoning, and I think it's a mixed zoning area as well. And property, maybe they're competing with the long-term plans with your big project. I'm just throwing it out there. I know it's COVID time. It's tough to communicate and meet and greet, but can you address those concerns from many neighbors around?
Yeah, I think what Dave is saying is like, we really would be happy to brief anyone. So, you know, we'll continue our outreach. If there's people that you know of that we should reach out to, please let us know. Just email Dave. You know, we're trying to hit as many buildings as we can. And of course, there's forums like the community board and the scoping meeting and other public processes. But as Dave said, we're happy to, you know, bring the information to any group that's willing to listen.
I have a question. It's Tina. And my question is, with the, you're saying it's a 5-year construction period. Are you on target with what your prediction was for your construction project?
We had to obviously modify our construction development timeline in the EIS or the scoping or whatever to reflect the delays with COVID. You know, that held us back a little bit. But otherwise, we're moving as quickly as we can. Yes.
So when is that project? When do you? Because you've got another 2 buildings, 3 buildings.
Dawn, there was a question in the chat about as of right.
Yeah, Mike Watchko, question for Two Trees. So I don't know, you alluded to chat or some of the rumors in the neighborhood that if you don't get the proposed rezoning, that Two Trees could build a last mile delivery site like Amazon or something. Can you clarify your position on last mile delivery or any other industrial uses under consideration for the site?
Sure. I mean, I'm happy to address, I've heard the chatter too. So I guess let me first be very clear that Two Trees is not a last mile developer. And our interest is getting this project approved. That is our interest. I will also say that, as we probably all know from this past year, that the economics of last mile in this city have changed dramatically over the past 18 to 24 months. And this reality has generated just a ton of interest in the site from last mile users, from logistics developers, from large format retailers who want to do a combined thing. I've fielded those inquiries personally. I find it a little frightening. You know, this use, whether it's this site or kind of elsewhere in Brooklyn, like it or not, it's a reality that's coming to New York. And I think collectively, we actually all need to think about how to handle that with in a measured way, because it's coming and it's coming fast. That's what I've definitely gleaned from the past 6 months of phone calls. That said, we feel what we're proposing here is infinitely better. We are also neighbors to this site. We have a vested interest in seeing a good outcome here. It's one of the reasons we bought the site in the first place. That said, like, if we're not successful in rezoning the site and recouping the investment we made and kind of the bet we made, then we can't be financially reckless. We wouldn't personally develop a last mile development here, but we would inevitably eventually sell the site to somebody who could, or whatever the highest and best use is. It certainly kind of seems to be generating the most interest under the existing zoning.
What is that kind of site you're talking about? What kind of business?
Last mile, so it's like logistics, and really, I mean, it's amazing. It's last mile, which is what you think of as like the Amazon kind of logistics center, but it's almost more than that now. Like the calls that I'm getting, it's like every retailer is now gone kind of the delivery remote model, and so you have like these retailers that are even like coming together to do maybe cold storage for like 6 different types of restaurant. It's almost like collectives of last mile or really last quarter mile. It's an amazing trend that's happening. You have people who are wanting to lease like just sections of our parking garages sometimes for just the delivery logistics with bicycles and these containers. It's just a crazy phenomenon that's happening to retail in our city, and it's something we're all going to see a lot of, I'm afraid, in various ways. But yes, it's a last mile logistics kind of
Okay, thank you. I know there's someone from not on the committee who wants to speak, but are there any more committee members who have questions? Remember, we still have to go over our public.
It's Keith. I have some questions. Sorry, I've been
Okay.
having issues with my mute.
Okay.
So On the River Ring website, I noticed the comment about riverringtruth.com in the comments, but on your website, you state that the River Ring will deliver massive public infrastructure and economic benefit without public tax dollars. How can you make that statement when you're clearly seeking a significant tax abatement to build this building that would have a serious economic benefit for you from a tax perspective?
First I'll say, Keith, that thank you for your perspective and questions. We're very, very well aware of your personal opinions about this project. I think that, when you're talking about 421A, you're talking about an affordable housing subsidy. And in New York, and particularly in high income, high opportunity areas like this, affordable housing is expensive to develop, and it does not happen without subsidy. And whether or not those funds come from the city's general fund vis-a-vis tax revenue, and the city then writes a check for affordable housing, or they come in the form of tax abatements and other incentives, density bonuses. I mean, that's a public policy debate. I don't think that changes our view that as property owners, we think a government should place a pretty high priority on promoting mixed income rental housing in high opportunity neighborhoods and not write those dollars exclusively in East New York. We think that leads to a more segregated city, frankly. So we are big proponents of programs that work to achieve affordable housing in neighborhoods like this. So that's
okay. Fair enough, but
I'm not done.
But that's not answering the question. But you're not answering the actual
question. I'm
question.
not done. You're interrupting me. That's why the question's not answered. So that speaks to why 421A is a tax subsidy that spurs affordable housing. Again, you could get rid of 421A and pay taxes to the city general fund, and they could in turn take that general fund money and write checks to developers to build affordable housing. This is a short circuit around that, which is more efficient for everybody. In our opinion, people have different, views about how affordable housing should be subsidized. On the other hand, we're investing over $100 million in 3 acres of upland open space and 3 acres of in-water open space and infrastructure that will protect your property, frankly, and many, many, many other residents' property from rising sea levels and from storms. That's not costing the taxpayers a single dollar. We did that at Domino Park. We built the entire thing with our own equity. We didn't finance it with a bank. It came out of pocket. We maintain it by ourselves. We spend over nearly $3 million a year maintaining that park. We do not come to the taxpayers to maintain that park. So yes, there's an enormous amount of private investment. We will be relocating and upgrading a stormwater outfall. The two are distinctly different buckets, and I see the allure in conflating them. So it's like, oh, you're getting this big tax abatement, and you're saying you're doing all this good, but those are very, very different things, I'm afraid. And if there was no affordable housing subsidy, you would have no affordable housing in this neighborhood, and you'd have more fancy condominiums, and we just don't believe that that's what this neighborhood deserves and needs.
Although I did notice on your EIS, you didn't mention or check off the need to and look at the impact of displacement, indirect displacement of this project. I assume you're going to actually look at that.
I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but you should definitely bring it up at the scoping meeting, because everything that's brought up at the scoping meeting gets addressed.
Keith, save that thought for the what we're going to put in our questions for the scoping.
Mm-hmm.
Don't leave.
I'm not leaving. I
Okay.
keep getting muted. I keep getting muted. Only I think Dave must have taken over the mute button, because every time I mute again. But I'm sure he's found a way around it.
Save that thought. It's going to be it's one of the questions we're going to want to ask for.
Yeah. The other question I have, which is really more for other people's information, since Two Trees has heard me ask it before, which is, New York City recommends open space at 2.5 acres per 1,000 residents. Now the numbers here have shifted. It's moved around a bit, and I understand that happens. It now looks like we're going to have 25 residents plus staff of up to 500. So, roughly 3,500 people per day in this area. And now it looks like it's gone up from 2.9 acres to 3.2 acres of open space. I mean, that's clearly an increase of density on a per capita basis. It's in my view not adding open space. It's providing open space that's already taken over by the residents that are moving into this building. And we can talk about the water space, but you need that for your resiliency. Nobody else uses water around them for acreage for parks, and it's also not usable at least 2/3 of the year. So I don't see how you can make the case that you're actually adding open space in a community that's already defunct and devoid of enough open space.
Again, thank you for your perspective. On the open space, I think we actually agree with you more than you believe. We think this community needs more open space per capita. We could not agree more. We agree so strongly, in fact, that we're proposing 5 times the amount of open space that's required by the zoning resolution. If every developer did this, this community would not be starved of open space. Every square foot of open space that we're providing beyond the requirement is driving the average up. And I will say, this is just data and numbers. When the project is built, every member of this community board will have access to more open space than they did before the project was built. So we are increasing the open space per capita. We agree with you. We are huge proponents of open space. We will continue to be leaders in our field and advocates for increasing the quality and quantity of open space in this neighborhood. It's what we've done, it's what we did at Domino Park, and it's what we're going to do here. And it seems like a very shallow criticism of the project to undermine that.
Bill, can I ask a question? This is Katie Noplatarski.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'd just like to point out that providing open space is a requirement, and paying for the maintenance of that open space is also a requirement, either to pay for it and do it yourself or to have the Parks Department do it. And also you got a density bonus by increasing the amount of parks to Domino.
No, we did
also,
not.
I'd like to say that's what I've heard, but I've heard that many times over. I'd also like to say that the park space that you're providing, much of that is water space, and a lot of people dispute whether that's really.
But just to be clear, when I say
park space, can I just finish? Can I finish? Sorry, and just because I want to, just seeing this in the larger context, we see speculation on much property within our district, and speculation goes on. The price of these properties goes higher, and then businesses come in and say, we cannot afford to do this unless we do this. We saw this happen with the first project that was proposed over on Kingsland Avenue earlier this evening. So that's to say that if you, and then to boot, whatever is asked for is like to the hilt. Like, we're going to push the envelope as far as possible. The same with Acme, the same thing with the Acme project. So this is to say, the same as with Kingsland Avenue, that there had to be, if you're asking for something which is a rezoning that is from manufacturing to residential, that it should not be all the way pushing the envelope all the way. It should not be 71 stories. It should be less stories, and it should be much more affordable housing, if at all, because you're asking for something, and it should not be that profit is, that you're getting the ultimate profit. But also I'd like to say, this is the last remaining industrial site on a formerly industrial neighborhood. The buildings are out of place and out of scale. Just looking at the renderings, it wasn't this a consideration when you design these buildings, that it is really out of character with the rest of the area, and what will you do in order to give more give back and to be less extreme?
First of all, I just want to be clear. We don't need to like parse numbers, but we're also being super upfront about this open space. We're not trying to count the in-water open space as part of this per capita increase of open space. We're bringing a tremendous amount of open space far beyond what any other waterfront developer has done or does in this community board. You're right that other developers have to contribute and pay the Parks Department, but I think we've all seen, unfortunately, what that's getting people that live adjacent to those areas. Like, the Parks Department does a terrible job maintaining those, and we're going above and beyond operating something like Domino Park as we would here. In terms of the density, I mean, respectfully, I disagree. The density here kind of on a apples to apples basis, when you look at the lot area of something like the North Side development and Domino, this is actually less dense on a per square foot of lot area basis because we don't own the streets. And in those two projects, both Domino and the North Side projects, the streets were part of the lot area that generated the development, right? So what I do understand is that the height of these buildings, because we've shoved them into tiny little footprints, is new and different for the area. And I actually think there's a slide here that I always find interesting because we could propose a project. Oops, wrong way. We could propose a project that is what we're used to seeing, which is this, right? These are the 45-story buildings that are north and south of us that sit on these podiums. This is the same density that we're proposing, in fact. But what we've chosen to do, and this is a trade-off, and not everyone will buy into it, but our proposal is premised on it, and we think it's a sensible trade-off, which is that when you're already talking about buildings that are 40 stories, you know, the marginal impact of the height is less than the benefits, we think, of the additional open space when it's really high quality, programmable, usable open space. And that's the kind of proposition we're putting forward. We think it's a good trade-off, but not everyone has to agree.
All right, I'm going to have to cut this off. We did have one person.
Can I, just a couple of questions, if possible, just to follow up on some of the things that were said.
You do understand that we still have to go over all of the items in the positive declaration.
I do. It is going to be
and
fast, I
figure
promise.
out. Okay.
So I just wanted to follow up on a couple of things I've asked in the chat and asked in the previous community meeting. We were told that a scheme was developed here that conformed to the approved density. We have asked to see that scheme, and I was told in here today that we could see it. I still haven't seen it, so that would be question one. So this is what you are allowed to build?
Yeah, this is the as of right. So this is an as of right M zone.
So you have developed this scheme as well to work as a residential development, is that correct?
No, you can't build residential under the current zoning. So this was developed as a no action scenario for the purposes of the environmental study. You have to study what would be built if there were not a rezoning.
Okay, but so just to clarify, this
So
is
this is
what you're showing here on screen is what you're allowed to build today.
No, this is a manufacturing.
No, but so
This is zoned manufacturing.
Disregarding the program, this is the amount of mass you're allowed to build here today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh, the thing that's on now. Okay, yes.
Okay, so basically this scheme here is the amount of massing that you are allowed to build on the current zone.
Yes.
Good. And so you are asking to build 70-story towers instead of this.
That's right.
Okay.
We are asking for an R8 equivalent instead of this, correct?
And so is there any recognition to the impact that kind of development will have on this neighborhood in terms of infrastructure and other?
Of course. I mean, that's why we're going through the entire environmental impact study.
But have you considered building what is on the screen here today and then making your money off of that is my question.
Well, like I said, I mean, you know, we're putting forward what we think is a very well considered, thoughtful, and we think the neighborhood, us included, and the broader community board will be better off with what we're proposing. We don't have interest in building a manufacturing build out like this. If we're unsuccessful in the rezoning, then somebody might.
Purchase the site, not being interested in building what could be built on there, and then only hoping that you can get to build 70-story towers instead. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, great. And question number two, as somebody who lives in the community, I would like to understand how your outreach process works. I mean, I live around the corner from here. I've been very interested in this, of course, as so many other people. It is, I guess, strange to me that somehow there has been no outreach to let's say my building, my neighborhood, given that I'm maybe 3 blocks away from here. Can you explain your strategy?
Sure, Dave, I'll let you take that one as our outreach. Unless you're not on, Dave. Okay, I'll take that. To be honest, this has been all over the papers. It's been, we've been at this for 2 years. We've met with thousands of people at this point. I apologize if somehow you didn't catch wind of any of the outreach.
Well, you don't have to apologize. I would just like to understand how the outreach
Yeah,
process
that's what I'm
works.
trying to
because, I
tell
mean,
you. So again, we have, buildings, stakeholders, community groups. We've been working in this community now for over a decade. So we have deep roots here. We've done events at Domino Park that have been talking about this. We did design charrettes that were publicized through this community board and in local papers. When we
and
first
all of that
started
I've been
this
aware of. I'm just curious that ever since the last in-person presentation that was done, I believe by Jed, there seemed to have been no public outreach or none that has been available to us.
I'm sorry, again, I'm sorry that you weren't, a part of any of the outreach that we have done. I mean, you can see here, we've had meetings, numerous meetings with all of these groups and more. I mean, this is just a portion of them.
These are good, right? I mean, I guess there's a difference. If I'm not a member of a group here, then I wouldn't hear about that, right? But I'm assuming there's a strategy moving forward for how these meetings will be presented so we can all be part of them. And could you explain when we will have the next session of this?
We'll do one for you. We'll do one for you, Jens. You just let us know when next week you have time, and we're happy to sit down with you.
But I'm not. I mean, to be honest, I don't want a meeting with you. I would just like to have the ability for the community to meet and understand again what's going on a kind of regular basis. So what is your schedule set up for?
Dave left his email and his phone number, so you can feel free.
But I think as other people call out in the chat, I mean, it's not so much about having the ability to write you an email. I think, the ability to have the community come to a room or check in to hear what's happening is important.
Definitely, and I hope that the public process fulfills that for you. There'll be, as Del mentioned, there's a scoping meeting at the end of this month, and then there'll be an entire community process with, ability for public members to make comments and recommendations throughout the process. There's a 7-month ULURP process has no shortage of opportunities for public engagement.
Okay, so just a couple of questions to the presentation today. When we met last, there was a number of people asking to see renderings from ground level to actually have the impact of the building from various areas in the neighborhood itself. Seemed to be a lack of building shown in the images that I hear. Will you present some renderings for us so we can see what it looks like standing on Metropolitan, standing on Kent, etc., in a ring around this thing?
The presentation had renderings from basically all the streets, from Metropolitan, from North 3rd, from the park. We certainly
the last
have
presentation we
other
saw had
perspectives.
one rendering from the street side and one from the water side. If you have done all the other ones, it would be great.
Were you here for my presentation tonight?
Yeah.
Del, we've heard a lot of questions here.
all the renderings you showed today show parkland, right?
There were renderings tonight.
The renderings show parkland and not buildings. Is that correct, mainly?
No, I'm sorry. You may have missed it. But listen, I think Dave said we'd be happy to come and give you a presentation so you can see them all.
No, I would just like it to be shared so we can see what it looks like from the fabric of the neighborhood, let's say.
Yeah, that's why we put them in there.
Okay, so there will be no new renderings. Is that correct?
No, there's a lot of renderings. There's a lot of renderings in the presentation. We also have other perspectives from different streets. We'd be happy to share them with you.
Okay, so you will share them.
It's 11:30 at night. I'm not sure where these.
All right,
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Del.
I'm going to.
8 questions already. 8.
All right, we have to move on, and we will now address the scoping. And thank you. I want to thank Two Trees. I want to thank all of you for coming and giving your presentation.
I do want to make a comment.
Oh, sure.
Thank
Go
you. I
right ahead.
appreciate it. My name is Nicholas Magipinto. I live at 184 Kent Avenue. And, Ms. Campbell, I'm really glad that you brought up integrity at Two Trees. Integrity is really important in this process, engaging with the community, being honest, being open, to candid criticism about this project, taking it constructively and working with it, working with this community. What the people of this community want is input in the project, not just to be told things. Nobody wants to be told what you're doing. We want to know that we have a stake in this because we live here and we've lived here even longer than you've been developing here. Okay? I asked, speaking of integrity, I asked in the chat, what's at the site right now? And Mr. Limbino said, it's vacant. That is an egregious lie. It's not vacant. It's turned into a garbage dump. It's overrun with dump trucks, garbage trucks, full dumpsters full of crap. There's at all hours of the night, trucks going in and out, dumping things. It's mayhem. So what other misrepresentations can we expect from you about this project? Corey brought up a great point about what's going on with what is it, One South First or the other Two Trees building? And quite frankly, your response, oh, well, the regulatory environment changed. Guess what? You're in the business of development in the most highly regulated real estate market in the world. How could you not plan for this and embrace it as it happens? Just because the rules have changed in the middle of the game, I agree with you, it might not be fair, but that's the way this market works. And for you to now renege on what you're doing and say, well, we're working with legislators, sorry, that doesn't make me feel very comfortable about giving you 7 years out of the next 10 to build this monstrosity here. And if you don't get what you want, to continue doing what you're doing now, which is to make it hell for people who live right on North 3rd Street and River Street with this dumpster fire that you have here.
Hey,
And
Nick,
the last thing I'll say,
I'm a member of the public as well. I live close by you. I did also just want to highlight for this group, because I think it's important that all 8 of the New York City Council candidates for the 33rd District have signed a letter saying that they believe the city needs to take control of land use and that they are not supportive of this rezoning proposal as it's currently requested. They have said that they would need to evaluate whether even significant changes being made to this would show any tangible benefit to our community worthy of a large-scale rezoning in this location.
Who is speaking right now? Who is speaking?
Lucy Walton. Hi, Lucy.
And did you ask to speak?
I had my hand raised for an hour and a half. Yes.
Oh, well.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I mean, you have to really be recognized in some way because we can't do this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, look. Well,
and you're the last one. We have to move on from here.
I'll make it quick, I promise. Look, the reason this is being rushed through is because Two Trees do their research.
I have a question as well.
And they know that if they don't get this done now, that all the candidates coming in are vehemently opposed to this rezoning. There are 7,500 more units in the pipeline for our neighborhood, and we're already feeling the effects of that large-scale rezoning. It's not even halfway through yet, and they're talking about 70 stories. It's not appropriate, and none of the people in the outreach meetings that I've attended have been remotely supportive of this plan. So I would love to have been a fly on the wall with this community outreach, because in every meeting I've heard, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of local residents. We have a survey of 3,500 people who have expressed extreme concerns and opposition to this plan.
The representation that there's been community outreach is disrespectful. And you know what else is disrespectful? Talking in a community board meeting like this when a committee member asks a question and you respond with an F-bomb. That's not the way we want to be spoken to in this meeting, and that's not the way we want to engage in this process.
All right, we must move on, people. We have now to present, we have to put together our questions that we want to put to the city to be included in their scoping analysis and in their scoping meeting.
Can I ask a question about the other parcels proposed in the rezoning? Other parcels proposed in the rezoning, what's the plan for that?
No, we're only talking about the river ring, right?
That's
in the
same, yeah, but that's in the same proposal.
Dale, this is Bożena Kamiński.
Yes, Bożena.
Yeah, I just want to point out there's a lot of confusion and misunderstanding. The Polish and Slavic Center has been reached out by this group, and we have received the presentation of the project. We're not listed on their page as a organization that they reach out to. And I did presented my concerns and my, request that if such a project will be redeveloped here in this community, that the people that live in this neighborhood, that they have the first right to apply for those affordable housing, because our community has been completely, disadvantaged. It says, I mean, everybody says, well, you have all those applications from different neighborhoods and stuff, but I was talking about the senior housing. I was talking about the people that cannot afford to live in this neighborhood. They have to be included in that project. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay. We have to move on now. This is not a hearing. This was just a presentation and update. And trust me, people, if we don't get this together tonight, we're not going to have anything to present to the city for the scoping, and the scoping is very, very important. This is the one time when we can go to the city before they've certified. So I'm telling you, we need to move on now. I hope, so I thank you all for the presentation. I think that it is important for you to understand that although you have gotten some support from some groups, there are a significant number of people who have expressed opposition. So we'll move forward on that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thank you for Two Trees, and committee members, please don't leave. We now need to move on to the, related to this, we need to move on to the fact that we have there's a scoping meeting happening April 26th at 2 p.m. And I'm hoping that a number of people will attend, but if you look at the positive declaration that we received, it goes through all of the different different areas and issues that could be covered or that might not be covered because the city at this point doesn't think it's necessary. One of the things that it says up front is that the city at this point in the positive declaration feels that the issues of solid waste and sanitation services and energy well, let's see, that these would not result in adverse impacts. I personally think that those issues do need to be included. I've tried to think, how can we best get through this? There are so many categories. And I thought, since I'm the chair, let me just take the bull by the horn and say, let me just quickly go down the list of the issues, the areas that I thought could have something added. Questions about what?
Excuse me, just before I asked that question, in the proposed rezoning, the part of it
Who is it?
proposed-
Who is this?
I'm sorry. Can you please
Who is this?
identify yourself?
Who is this?
Yes, Alexander Schwartz.
But no, we are now on to this is for the community. This is for the committee members. We have to deal with preparing
It's
our
just
questions.
a quick question. It's a quick question. It's like a yes or no question.
Does this have to do with the scoping meeting?
Yes. I would like to know if there's any proposal for the other parcels to be a hospital there's another parcel there. Two parcels.
I can't answer your question. Two Trees is no longer here. So,
It's just for our site. It's just for our site. It's just for the site we own.
Yes, but the proposal includes other sites as well, which they are zoning commercial.
No, they're not.
Okay,
Yes,
I'll leave it for the
it's
scoping,
true.
I guess. Oh, it's true. And do you have any idea, like what do you see there, like a last mile delivery or something?
They don't own
What's
that.
that?
They don't own that land.
So what was the purpose of you guys doing that rezoning? I mean, just curiosity.
I'm sorry, I don't know, I'm having a hard
You
time
are
understanding.
proposing a rezoning for properties you don't own. So why was that?
I'm not aware that we are. I certainly don't think that we are. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to talk about this later.
All right, we are now going to move on to, I'm going to turn on my light a little bit brighter here. All right. Let me just, so the first category that I came up across that I wanted to add something to has to do with the socioeconomic condition. So these are areas that are appropriate to the scoping. And my thought was that I would like them to study specifically the effect that the market rate and the market rate apartments and residences and corresponding commercial businesses that would really deal with and aim at those market rate residences will have on displacement and on people who are not able to afford the commercial prices that are related to the market rate units. So that has to do with the socioeconomic conditions. With respect to community facilities, I felt that we want them to study how the developer will be held to the plan that they are providing. What kinds of oversight will there be? What kinds of enforcement that the city should focus on and explore the possibility of agreements that can be enforced, and also explore the possibility that the community facilities that are proposed either will be in place or there will be enforceable contracts to make sure that these facilities happen. As we all know, in many of the developments that have gotten have gotten some of the projects that they've wanted, they've gotten it because they've promised community facilities. There is no enforcement, there's no oversight of that promise, and a number of them have not produced any community facilities. The other thing with community facilities, I think that we need a detailed analysis of, under community facilities, the city has said that we don't need a detailed analysis of the police, fire, and healthcare services. And I think that it is warranted because of the effect and the burden that the increase in density and the increase in the expected number of people that will be coming in will have on those services. So I think that a detailed analysis of the police, fire, and healthcare services is warranted. Now, I'm going through this, and you can all just add to what I have, but I don't know how else to do this in a way. If you have a better way, let me know. But as far as with open space,
What if
yes.
we just nail them one at a time?
Okay,
So,
fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Why don't we nail the ones I have, and then we can nail the ones that you maybe wanted to go through. So, okay. So socioeconomic conditions. That was my first.
Del, may I comment? This is Mike Andrews. May I comment on
Yes.
this? It says
Yes,
there,
absolutely.
and just so I understand, it says though that despite the fact the city says that they don't need it, that they were going to provide one anyway. So
Yes.
that's what it said there. So I don't understand. Is this an additional to
Yes.
that you're requesting? Okay.
Yes, I'm saying that I don't know that the city will do this and the city will look at it, but
Yeah.
I want them to make sure that included in that analysis is a study of the effect that the market rate units and the corresponding commercial facilities will have on displacement. Because they don't necessarily look at that. They don't necessarily look at the fact that, you know, the market rate units bring in commercial services that really are so overpriced for the people who live in this neighborhood that they can no longer afford to even shop or buy things in this neighborhood.
Yeah, I think it's displacement not only of members, but it's also displacement of other businesses, as I understand it.
Exactly, that's right.
They give low rent deals, you know, to their tenants. that in fact-
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Displacement of residents and local businesses. Yeah, absolutely. So community facilities, again, in there, they say that an analysis of the police, fire, and healthcare services is not warranted. And I can't fathom how the increased density, both residences and commercial uses and the increase in the number of people that are going to be attracted to this area and to the park, how they are not going to be a burden that needs to be looked at for our police and fire and healthcare services.
Yeah, and I remember specifically the type of specialized fire resources to deal with these mega high rises.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm writing this down.
Della, I got a question.
Yes.
Procedure question.
Okay.
Since
Hopefully I can answer it.
Since it's almost 12 midnight and
yes,
unfortunately I can no longer stay. Do we have to vote on this tonight as
yes.
a committee?
Yes, so that I can present it to the full board.
So there's no opportunity in between, maybe if you were able to send what we have around so that members could maybe add to before the full board?
Maybe Jerry is better, is in a better position to answer that than I am, but it seems to me that we have to, as a committee, come up with something. I'm hoping the full board will allow us to add to this even, you know, after we've attended the scoping meeting, but I don't know that they will. Is there anything that you wanted to add, Karen?
No, just the displacements of both the residents and the businesses was, you know, key. And also for me, as you know, Steve mentioned and you mentioned already, I'm just concerned about, you know, the burden on the infrastructure.
Yes.
On the electricity and, you know, all the utilities.
What I have is not that much. I could go through it in a few minutes here.
Okay. All right. I'll try and
if you
hang in there.
So
then.
I have for open space, that I think that I think that they need to, and this was raised during the meeting earlier, they need to explore the ratio of the planned increased density, both residential, commercial, and from visitors, with the size of the planned open space to evaluate the actual benefit to the community. If that's clear, you know, this open space looks lovely, but when you look at the ratio of the size of the open space and the use of the open space and
the cost of the open space, she said it's costing $100 million. She said that.
Yeah, but I playing devil's advocate is, to their point, normally they just have to create a 40-foot wide esplanade and maybe a little bit more. So,
yes, that's right.
And even, you know, so and in the end, it's a net wash because they're going to bring in so many people,
right?
But it's still more than if they just did what was required. So
that's true. On the other hand, at this point, you know, they are rezoning manufacturing space.
Right, and in that context, there's no reason to live with what's required, the minimum.
So this is just asking them to explore. I don't have the answer to this. I'm just suggesting that we tell them to explore the ratio of the planned density, residential, commercial, and from visitors, with the size and the planned use of the open space to evaluate the actual benefit to the community.
Jill, I'd like to add to that. The appraisal says the sites are only 2.74 acres, and I know that they're going out on the rings and they're adding acreage there. But I'd love to see what parts they're considering open space. Like, are their sidewalks considered part of their open space? Are they considering high tide and low tide? So I'd love to just see a diagram as to what is considered a part of this 3.2 acres, given that it's changed.
So how do you want to put that as part of what you want them to study or evaluate?
But I feel for the terms of the scoping, it's like splitting hairs. I think what Dell is suggesting is they should just study what the real impact is with the people and the new tenants and.
Well, I guess my question was just like,
yeah. Remember, this is what we're talking about now is limited to the scoping. We want them to study. This is the scoping of what they're going to look at, what they're going to study. And okay. I'm not sure how that fits into this.
Yeah, I guess I would just love to see a diagram of like what they're considering open space to make sure that we would consider it open space, because I think that it seems overblown. So I just love, and I could have asked that tonight. There was honestly so little time to do this, so perhaps there's a different forum. But I think
there is. I think there is. It's just, this is just what the city is going to study these things. This is their positive, their declaration, and we may want to either we may want to put in some more specific things that we want them to study because we want to make sure they don't miss it, or we may want to say, hey, you say you don't really need to analyze this, but we think you should. Like, for instance, the fire services, the sanitation.
Well, I think they could study the high tide and low tide and 10-year flood zones, because even with the breakwaters, the water level is going to rise, and I think that's
okay. So
that they can't mitigate.
Say that again. Say that. Study what?
They should study high tide and low tide on where that is on their beach, and what the 10, 20, 30, 50-year flood zone will do to their open space.
It's number 14. That's climate change.
Is that okay? The other thing I wanted to ask about open space is I'm concerned about the effect that the MS4, the combined sewer overflow point, or the wet weather discharge point that's nearby, what will that effect that have on the developers' plans for the human usage of the water in its open space? I don't know if it has any effect, but it's over by the
well, they said that they're relocating it. That's what I thought I heard in the presentation, and that's part of the.
That may be
$100 million.
why. I don't know, but I just want to make sure that they've taken that into consideration. You know, that's over by the, what's the park next door there? I'm so tired now. The
Grand Ferry?
Grand Ferry Park, Grand Ferry Park.
Yep, sounds good.
All right. And
Also,
then
Dale, also,
yes, yes.
What kind of quantistic analysis they could do in relation? I don't know. Karen mentioned before infrastructure. I believe, to me personally, at this point, the benefit of the open space is kind of becomes irrelevant in comparison to the impact that this type of density will bring, but also what kind of activity this will trigger beyond the number of residents that we are talking about. This will trigger activity that they are really unknown, and it could become an exponential factor. And then infrastructure also in relation to how the city is envisioning transportation. We're talking about bike. We're talking about open street. Currently, we have Berry Street has been declared a permanent closed street, and it's also is one of the track route. It's an arterial way, and right now is closed to traffic. And Kent Avenue has a double bike lane, and so we have all those new policy and new rules that come in effect that will reduce really transportation. And this type of building will increase is a transportation issue, I believe.
That's right, and that's number 13, transportation. And I felt that we had to explore additional and alternate possible transportation services, maybe increasing buses and waterborne transportation, and explore the possibility of a binding contract with the developer to have the developer accept financial responsibility for creating and maintaining additional waterborne transportation. I don't know if that's realistic, but
definitely hard look at the subways. I mean,
yes.
I looked up the L train before the pandemic was number 39 out of 472 as the busiest subway station. So,
and what about?
Yeah, I found the estimate of 200 additional users to be a little interesting given the number of people living here. So I think that's definitely important.
And then there was something about the interaction between vehicles and pedestrians and bikes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's, you know.
I don't know how clear sanitation is mentioned either in this. Anybody who walks around this neighborhood on the other day and saw every single garbage can completely overflown, there's going to be obviously an impact of that too with additional residents wandering around.
Del, this is Mike. I have one question about energy, number 12, before we sit. Could we find out if they can actually increase their microgrid to excess capacity to perhaps, for example, take over that 3 megawatt site that we just said no to? Would there be a potential for them to increase the electricity possibly?
Well, we can ask that, explore, study, possibility.
Additional electricity to the neighborhood is so they're a positive into the grid as opposed to a negative. Right now they want to be neutral, but maybe they can actually be a positive because they're right at that. Obviously, they're right at that substation that they were bragging that they were so close to.
That's right. That's right. So how would you say that? Study the possibility of
additional power resources to the neighborhood as a benefit of the project. So in other words, somehow compel them to give us electricity.
Okay.
Because that's already part of their proposals, a significant microgrid already.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
And speaking of the power plant next door, I guess they really do a study about the health issues that come up because of the close proximity to that power station, and also the potential for they're on an old Con Ed site, and their remediation and what they're building a beach for kids to play in, and just the extent of are they reaching just making sure that they're doing, which I guess they would do, but making sure that they're considering the public health issues of the site that they're moving on to.
So we have this under public health. How do you, what do you want me to add to the public health here?
Let's see. Well, just to how is health being considered due to the close proximity to the power plant next door? And how are they remediating the sites to make it acceptable to be building a beach for kids to be playing in the sand?
The site's already remediated. It was remediated.
Is it already? It's totally remediated.
But the question is it safe for humans to go in the water?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Richard, I know you're here. You probably have a million things here. Neighborhood character, I had a couple of thoughts. In light of the board's recognition of the importance of protecting industry, explore the effect of the loss of this this site to, you know, losing the current zoning. And the other is to study the impact in conjunction with the development and projected development from recent rezoning. So in study the impact of this development in conjunction with the developments, the other recent developments, and the projected developments from recent rezonings. That is what I had, and I'm sure that some of you have other topics that you wanted to highlight.
Could you just back up real quick to socioeconomic impact?
Yes.
And I would say it was racial impact study was part of our suggestion, right? Or not? And the indirect effect on neighborhood.
So it doesn't address at this time racial impact study. That's not part of what's in the document to date. I know there's thought at the city council of having that happen, but that's not officially part of the scope.
Well,
not part of it.
Well, couldn't it be included under indirect displacement?
It's a concept, but and you could argue it's a subset of it, but they're not looking to disclose that in the document. So if you were to ask them to do it, it wouldn't be something they would do just because it's inconsistent. And I think a lot of scope is based on law that this is that's been set and they're not changing it until something compels them to change it, whether it's legislation, lawsuit.
Well, we are asking what the effect will be on displacement. We didn't specifically say racial.
Well, we could just qualify it by saying even though current scoping does not mention racial impact study, it should, because we feel, the Churches United for Fair Housing study showed there was devastating displacement over recent times because of rezoning. So.
Well, we could say this on the effect on displacement and racial inequity. I mean, they can ignore us. They can say, well, we don't care about racial inequity.
Right, but we just be on the record for that's important to our community district.
Sure. I think, it's interesting how it really, on some level, is implied because the displacement tends to, the displacement really means people who are poorer people, and it's going to be you're probably going to have more minorities poorer than non-minorities. Certainly not all, but I think that we can put it in, we can expect that they'll then turn around and say, well, we don't care about the racial inequity. Let them say it.
I don't think they're going to say it because they're addressing the issue by providing 25% affordable housing, which historically at the 60% AMI that they're proposing is most likely going to benefit people of color.
Yeah, it's true. The
Also
question,
another
of course, on the other hand, of course, will the number of affordable units ultimately benefit the minorities and the people who are the lower income people when you realize the secondary effects of having all of these market rate units coming in and the effect that that will have on the overall rents in the whole area. I mean, this is something Marty Needleman has been talking about for years.
Yeah, these units may not make up for the actual displacement and loss you get overall.
Correct. That's right. That's right.
Not to harp on the tax abatement, but the tax abatement that they're asking for doesn't actually fit the new 421A. So I don't know, I can submit it, not to get too heady with the board. But even what they're asking for this building isn't one of the options in the new 421A.
Well, actually, that the tax abatement, I don't know where it fits, but I think it is legitimate to say study the kinds of tax abatements and whether the tax abatements they are getting are going to negatively affect other tax abatements that could have been sought by nonprofits and by other agencies. That's I don't know if that's a question you want to ask.
I mean, I think that ultimately the tax abatement is a huge issue that we talked a lot about, but if we kept it as of right, we would get some taxes which could fund a lot of neighborhood services. And I agree that the displacement caused by the 25% affordable housing doesn't actually net, any benefit to the community. So I'm not sure exactly how to package that question, but I think it could be maybe structured around what the experience was with Domino and studying the impact there in terms of how much displacement was seen. But there's a variety of ways we could target that, between lost tax dollars and the tax abatement. But I think there should be more scrutiny of it.
I did see a question in one of the questions that was asked about Domino, which had to do with the tax abatements. One of the questions was, how will the affordable units be subsidized and how will these subsidies affect other available subsidies in the area? We could ask them.
This is MIH.
Yes, Richard.
The MIH showing developer is cross-subsidizing at minimum, and then the option would be, would affordable New York be renewed? And if so, then the taxes also become a deferral, right? So that's a form of subsidy by paying full taxes for a certain number of years.
I'm having trouble understanding you. You're kind of breaking up.
Tried. Is this any better spot? So basically, as MIH zoning, there's a developer cross subsidy because of the extent of receiving, and subject of 421A is questioned of whether it's renewed or not, and if it is renewed, what the form is. So that part you don't know.
So is this something we could? Is this something we could ask now in the scoping?
During the ULURP, you could certainly specify which form of affordability you want. Do you want less units, more affordable? That's not typically a scope thing. I don't know if like an analysis determine who's being placed in the neighborhood, whether it's certain incomes or likely displaced other incomes. That I don't think you can say. And the other thing with the displacement is replacement, since no primary. You have to look at what proposed to do, analyze it, and whether what you're proposing to do analyze secondary displacement satisfactory or not. Because there's also triggers that it can prove that, well, this is what's happening anyhow in a neighborhood and they're not making it discernibly worse. Then if this is the trend in a neighborhood, then they don't need to do a more detailed study. That's just how it's written up in there.
So what can we do to say we want them to do a detailed study?
If they don't meet the triggers, they don't do it. You could ask, but they'll say this has been the trend. The question is, how does one prove something's not a trend? So it's a couple of paragraphs lanes intent under indirect displacement.
So Del, I came up with a question around all my tax abatement stuff. So since they're in this difficult position right now with One South First because the 421A changed during their period, I know that 421A is under scrutiny across the city, and there's a high likelihood that it's going to get changed in the next year or two. So how do they, given that their project wouldn't work essentially without it, do they have any plans for what they would do if it were changed? Is it possible even that they can create this project without it? Are we going to potentially get stuck in the same situation as we are in One South First here if it changes?
Receive a special permit as part of this approval, then typically city planning requires restrictive declaration. And so if they have the approval and then they decide it's not financeable, they're kind of in a frozen situation because of the permit. They can't simply just do the right development.
I don't think I understand.
Yeah, I feel like we're asking city planning and Two Trees consider policy versus study specific areas.
Yeah, we have to ask right now, stick to the scoping of what they're going to study, what they're going to look at, what they're going to make the developer answer in terms of the effect that the development's going to have on these different areas. Well, this is all I have. I don't know what you all want to add.
I think it would be a good idea. I know like we'll vote on what we have now, but if there anything, if you could send it around prior to the board, and if there's anything important, maybe you can make an amendment at the board meeting.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. We can certainly
so if we could circulate it, what we have, so that this way, if we're missing something important, we have an opportunity at the full board to make an amendment.
Absolutely. Richard, is there any suggestions you wanted to make to us? And I thank you so much for staying. You're muted.
Looking at the intended study for each category, you're just to see, are there flaws in what you're intending? Like you mentioned a few spots where you didn't see them having a need to study. They go by a threshold. If you don't see a threshold, you may think there's a large enough development that every category gets studied, but based on the for manual, if they're not exceeding, they're not going to look at what you mentioned about, say, for example, police protection, fire protection. So to ask them to do what they don't have to do, in the end, you're not going to expect city planning to say, okay, we're going to add that anyhow. That's not how it happens. So you're looking to see, is what they're proposing to study okay? Maybe what they're proposing to study is perfect. Someone opens, they're going to have to analyze, they figure out the population, they factor in growth rate for the neighborhood without the project. They know how much is a certain radius of the project, and then they're going to add their increment of open space. So now the numerator gets bigger and the denominator gets, in addition to the factored growth, they're going to add in their projected population to do a mathematical equation to get better or worse, right? So that, you know, just looking how they handle each task, you're looking for maybe they didn't quite think about something.
Is there anything that you can think of that you might recommend that we would like to add to this based on what you've heard tonight?
Well, again, what I mentioned about, you know, big concern was the displacement issue. Again, looking at the studies, what we know is there something they're not thinking about it, taking it into account. Again, sanitation is not a typical thing you tend to find triggers. So that one, I don't think you're gonna come up with something compelling. Public health is another kind of data. I'm not seeing much beyond what they ask. Sometimes I see things with transportation, although they're not showing you what streets they believe people will be driving to from. The modal split of how many people they suggest will be driving versus walking versus getting on a bus. That detail has been forth in the document, so it's hard to kind of challenge. Don't have details shared, but you know, it's kind of hard to like. What do you think would be if you have 1,000 units, in this case 750 approximately? Well, what does a typical person who lives in your neighborhood do? Do they own a car? And if they own a car, do they use every day? Because David shared earlier the idea of having some office workforce there. Well, how are people getting to work in your area today? Are they local? Are they on trains? Are they going to drive to the sites? So kind of using what you're inferring, what you're seeing is how your users are using your neighborhood, right? Because some of the populations will live there, say, 5 to 15 years, so you have some habits that have developed. You know, do you see people going to the L train, or do you see them, people on the waterfront, hopping on a bus that takes the L train? You know, what would you expect from people living over there in terms of how they would use mass transit? Like if you look at a couple of developments just north of them, you know, how are the people living in those buildings of the ferry system versus going some other way to get to work.
Certainly a mix. There's also lots of people using Ubers.
That's a good point.
Del, is it possible in almost all these categories, just to sort of summarize the question of, they're looking for more or less 4 times the density of what the site allows, and I think far more visitors. So I think in all of our questions is, how do they sort of substantiate that? And I think making sure that that's put in context. I recognize Richard's perspective that, they're not the only ones who are causing displacement or adding traffic or transportation. But I think that it really does come to this is one too many. There is a point at which it's too much. So how do we make sure that all of their analysis is including everything else that's already here?
Also, another point, what are the consequences? And this is something we already have seen both in Greenpoint and Williamsburg in regard to our retail diversity, because we know when this large building comes, really what the resident of this building needs is kind of entertainment. So we have more restaurants, more bar, and this is definitely excluding the possibility of having retail diversity, which is a very important element in urbanism, to have lively and sustainable neighborhood, so that's another concern. Is there a study can be done to add to that? We already know that what the answer are, because we already see the changes, and every day, even during COVID, storefront after storefront, there are once again, one more liquor license, one more restaurant, which is great, but that's another comment. And the parts of the neighbor are more affected. The one that have more storefront are definitely the south side, the low scale, smaller building.
Oh, one thing I wonder is if there, I don't think there's any such category as aesthetic impact, is there? It's somewhat subjective, but that height is really jarring, and it is an aesthetic kind of thing. And it relates to the context of where it is. But I don't know how that can be measured or put in there.
Yeah, it's number 8, urban design.
Okay, so that's something I think that's very important, is how unappealing it is and out of context with the rest of the neighborhood. The height of it, yeah.
Context.
And that's,
can you remind me about what number is healthcare access in terms of being adding to the burden already? Hospital really is Woodhull Hospital, unless you go across the river and you travel into Manhattan. And also in terms of access to emergency response in the event of an impending emergency on that. I live on Kent Avenue. I know what it's like. I'm a couple of blocks away.
Do you think we can summarize and wrap up pretty soon?
In the public health section, and look at what the cuts are, that triggers an analysis, and how close they are to it or not, in terms of whether analysis needs to be done.
It's number 16, public health.
Thank you, Steve. Either we have lost energy or we're like
I know.
wrapping up.
I think should we vote on what we've got and
It's very
then
quiet.
send the document around?
Yes, please.
Sounds good. I think we got a good,
Yes, I think in the morning we can add to it, but I think we can vote now.
Yes. Yes.
Please, I start working at 6 a.m., please.
might as well just work through then, right?
Oh, no, Steve.
Have we reached an
I have a
historical record?
transportation meeting tomorrow night. You know how long that goes. Ugh.
Yeah, we got a long meeting tomorrow night, so.
What do you have, Karen?
Transportation.
Oh,
Yeah, both of us do.
add this one to your list.
Do we need to hear it all, or do we all kind of know what it is and trust that Dell can put it in the document? We'll look at it.
We trust in Dell.
We trust Dell.
I think we should edit it for tense and agreement and.
I make a motion.
I second it.
We trust Dale.
Yes, we do.
She disappeared.
Tell you're muted.
Okay, good night, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. And
Thank you, Del. Thank you, Del.
send this stuff
Thank
around.
you, Del.
Thank you, Del. Thank you,
We
everyone.
don't need
Thank
to
you,
vote on
Richard.
that.
Have a
Del,
good
you're
night.
amazing. Welcome to the land use, new people.
Good
Yeah,
night.
welcome to the land use committee.
Pick the best one to come.